to live stream and pray. So
Honorable Chair.
Not hearing.
Go ahead.
We are
Empress
streaming.
Trisha. All right. Okay. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, yeah, Rastafari. Call for virtual reverence in the virtual court of King Rastafari. The King of love, my shepherd is, whose goodness faileth never. I nothing lack if I am his, and he is mine forever. The black Christ. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, yeah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head and went down unto our bed. Even here and there and went down unto the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion. From me the Lord commanded his majesty blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Because thy holy face is shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari. And so through all the length of days thy goodness faileth never. Good shepherd, may I sing thy praise within thy house forever. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari, Black Africa, Black Ethiopia, a place where all black gods and goddesses love to be. I, and I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress. To give thanks for another day of reasoning, give thanks for the EABIC, Church of True Divine Salvation, Council of Elders. Glorify the coming together, fellowshipping in one another. Give thanks for this priest reasoning where we can step up ourselves in our office, cut and clear all barriers, dot all I's and cross all T's. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks for this Mother's Day, a Mother's Day blessing to all royal empresses near and far. Give thanks to the motherhood of Christ, the sisterhood of Christ. Glorify and give thanks. Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress Rastafari. Also, word came in from our beloved sister Empress Esther, who said to have wish all the empresses a blessed Mother's Day and wish all the brethren them a heart of love, a heart of strength. My Lord and Empress.
Returning the love unto the Royal Empress. Give thanks. Glorify.
Rastafari. My Lord. So we'll call on the Honorable Empress Miriam to open up this day of reason with a chorus. Majesty bless Empress Rastafari.
Oh, give thanks, Honorable Chair. Give thanks, Mama Esther, for your blessing. And you too have a wonderful Mother's Day, my sister. Yes, Honorable family, we give thanks again for another Sunday morning when we, the Council of Elders family, get together reason one to another. Give thanks to all the priests that are present, you know, as they are going to reason ourselves to our right this morning. We thank you and we give thanks for all love coming from our brother to us, the mothers and sisters and wives. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Thanks for God who gave us life this morning. Without life, we would not be present. So we give thanks greatly for life. And for Jah, we glorify this morning. Holy Manuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
So my courses this morning, we are volunteer Ethiopians agitating for our right, but of course. So let's go, Miriam. We are volunteer Ethiopian agitating for our right. And we won't stop fight until we tear down Babylon wall. Come and join the army. I say the army, half our God and King. Jah Rastafari, he's our leader. We must rally round your throne. Help us, our leader. Here we are together. Jah Rastafari is a righteous leader, and we must obey. Hallelujah. Rastafari is a righteous leader, and we must obey. We are volunteer Ethiopian, agitating for our right.
Love in the
And
house.
we must stop fight until we tear down Babylon wall. Come and join the army. I say the army, half our God and King. Jah Rastafari is our leader. We must rally round the throne. Help us, our leader. Here we are together. Jah Rastafari is a righteous leader, and we must obey. Hallelujah. Rastafari is a righteous leader, and we must obey. Holy Mount Zion, 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 I, Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari,
Rasta.
cutting and clearing, renting and tearing, moving all barriers. Happy Mother's Day to all my sisters, near and far today. This day is ours. To Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, blessed love. To the chair.
Majesty, bless Honorable Empress for setting that standard. And now we are being serenaded by Honorable Priest Nappy, the priest with the golden voice. Go before us and do thy will thyself. Honorable Priest, my Lord.
Worthy Majesty, give thanks for such compliments. I glorify and give thanks to be once more with the family again, you know. But first I must say, blessed love, out of strength, out of love continually to our mothers and our sisters, you know. Glorify and give thanks, you know. for the mighty work that you have done. You know, we always love the item continually, you know. Give thanks to the royal family.
Give thanks, priest.
The mighty King of Kings continually. And Almighty Patriarch, you know, from that time until this time. Glory and good thanks. Most high, God. Yeah. God.
Right.
Rastafari.
So yes, I was asked to do this chorus, you know. And it's a fitting chorus whenever you're going up on a mission, you know. Remember when all the truck heading out on the road and singing a go on some of them chorus that you will get, you know.
True, my lord.
Go before us, Jaja, go before us, and do thy work thyself. Go before us, Jaja, go before us, and do thy work thyself. For I say, roll, Jordan, roll. For I say, roll, Jordan, roll. For I say, roll, Jordan, roll. And do thy work thyself. So go before us, Jaja, go before us, and do thy work thyself. Go before us, Dada, go before us, and do thy work thyself. For I say, roll, Jordan, roll. For I say, roll, Jordan, roll. For I say, roll, Jordan, roll. And do thy work thyself in holy Mount Zion, 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 holy Mount Zion, Zion. Yet saying to our watch are keeping our cries goes up how long? And soon the night of weeping shall be the morn of song. Most high, Eli, King Selassie, Jah,
Yeah.
Rastafari, Mama
Rastafari.
Big Selassie,
That's
Jah.
yeah.
Father,
Rastafari.
sons and daughters of the Most High, High, Selassie,
Last year.
Rastafari, heart of love family.
My lord, you wonder why we say the golden voice. You see how you say the B, go B, and then the roll and thyself. That's where we got the goal in the voice. My lord, Rastafari.
Well, yeah, that was just a little high school training. Never put just a little high school singing. No? Yeah, with that chorus.
My lord.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so
And
get a little
we not call on the honorable, we not call on the honorable priest Nappy to give us a opening welcome, my lord, to the priest, please, man.
Yes, we're the family. Give thanks. You know, the sweet communion here of we, you know, where we can sit, commune together, reason one to another, you know. We come at this table to discuss, you know. When you come to discuss, determine what is right. We do not come to argue. Argue determine who is right. And we are not on an ego trip at the moment. We are here to sit together and sort out some of the issues that we have, reason, and come together on a one meditation when it comes to certain things, my Lord and Empress. You know, so we give thanks to the family as we sit together and share knowledge with each other. You know, as I remember, one of the first things sitting with King Emmanuel, you know, was, my Lord, no one man know it all, you know.
True.
You tell me and when me know me share with you and we make it one, you know. So we give thanks that we share knowledge with each other, my Lord and Empress. So glorify and give thanks for heart of love, heart of respect, you know, and one love to the family. My Lord and Empress. Give thanks. Welcome once more. My Lord.
My Lord, give thanks for such royal welcome.
Honorable
We that
Chair,
all on the honor.
Honorable
Yes,
Chair,
my Lord. Yeah,
before you go
yeah.
forward, before you go
Yeah.
forward, we would like to welcome Honorable Buddha, yeah, on the platform. Honorable Priest Buddha, welcome, my lord.
Blessed love. Also priest Lion Cliff and Empress Sandra and Honorable Priest Dexter once more. You give thanks. Honorable Empress, you can give us a roll call.
Royal
Blessed,
Honorable
check.
Empress Teacher.
blessed greetings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for this new day and give thanks for another priest reasoning today. Give thanks for all leading empresses and all mothers. Mother's Day blessing to all royal empresses of the EABIC virtual and on this platform, and to all brothers and sisters in love. Also, today, this is the second anniversary of the Council of Elders, so we do give thanks for that. And Honorable Priest will elaborate more on that. Today, I would like to read a passage in The Spirit Works on a Full-Time Basis. Life requires that we spend part of our time doing certain things. We work sometimes, go to school at times. We are children of parents and friends part-time. The one area of life that cannot be addressed on a part-time basis is the spiritual life. To be a part-time Christian, Buddha, Muslim, Rastafari, or anything else results in a house divided against itself, which cannot stand. The spiritual house is the mind, and it requires constant care. Spiritual conviction is the manner in which the house is run. When you have a spiritual conviction, it will serve you in all situations, all day, every day, in every way. The same spirit that guides your family life must also run your social life. If you turn to spirit for financial guidance, you must also ask for professional guidance. If you let spirit pick your friends, you must trust it to pick your mate. Part-time spirituality creates inner turmoil, indecision, confusion, and stagnation. Once we let spirit take over full-time, we will find life is more enjoyable and peaceful than we ever thought possible. So, and I let go and let spirit guide me every day in every way. Holy Queen Omega I, Selassie I Jah, Rastafari. Today, May 11th, 2025, 12:53 p.m. on my side. The Council of Elders, roll call. Honorable Priest Ainsley.
Bless Majesty bless. Honorable.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Out of love, family.
Honorable Priest Rasavana.
Present, give thanks.
Honorable Priest Germain.
Present, my Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Honorable Priest Adigan.
My Lord and Empress present.
Honorable Priest Lioncliff.
Present, live and live in color.
Honorable Priest Buddha. Unmute your mic. Honorable Priest Dexter. Honorable Priest Aswad. Priest Aswad is here. Sorry, my lord.
At your service, happy Empresses Day to all the empresses.
Honorable Prophet Okito.
Not on
No.
board, not on board.
I'm just saying Honorable Priest Paul.
Rastafari.
Give
Okay,
thanks.
Boris. Yes, my lord.
Mr. Babo. And we save the best for last. Honorable
Rastafari.
Empress Miriam.
Blessed love family. Give thanks.
Honorable Empress Diane.
Blessed love.
Honorable Empress Sandra.
Blessed Lord, your family.
And myself, Honorable Empress Tricia. Let the records reflect that 14 members are present at the time of the opening of today's meeting, my Lord and Empress, and back to the chair.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for the roll call.
1
Moving
second,
forward.
Honorable Priest Ilamna just came in.
Okay.
Honorable Priest Ilamna. Just bless the family.
Yeah, give thanks. Back to the chair. Keep rolling, chair.
My Lord,
Blessed Lord.
Majesty. Bless.
My Lord.
Yes, Empress Trish. Blessed, my Lord.
Yeah, last piece I am the blessed love. Give thanks for the blessed uprising. Thanks for life and the life.
My
Give
Lord.
more time. Yeah. Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, I. Yes, Empress. I wait thee. Continuing today with our agenda, introduction of the Council of Elders and their position as senior members of the EABIC, the etiquette of the priesthood, the 7 candlesticks as living sacrifices, can the
Afflicted.
my
Yeah.
can
Yes,
the
sir.
afflicted minister golden altar question and an open dialogue. So we start with the introduction of the mission statement on the introduction of the Council of Elders. As today is our second anniversary where we complete 2 years and we are stepping into the third. So we give thanks. So we will read our mission statement. The sole mission of the Council of Elders is to be the moral compass of the EABIC. This entails observing the administration of the Congress and assuring that all businesses are done in an ethical manner. The Elder Council will function as an ethics committee in its essence, bringing order and justice to the membership. The Elders Council is a formal advisory board structure that brings value-driven insight and creative advice with strategic instruction and advocacy within approved guidelines for the membership. Majesty. The order of business on the agenda is assessing the purpose and function of all existing groups within the Congress and making recommendations for improvement and or issuing mandates for the effect of immediate rectification to be evident to all members. Majesty bless. Code of ethics. A code of ethics is a set of official standards of conduct that the members of our group are expected to uphold. It helps professionals and organizations to conduct business in a fair and honest manner and to align their behavior with socially acceptable norms. A code of ethics also refers to personal values or sense of right and wrong. It is important because it clearly lays out the rules of behavior and the grounds for forewarning. It also ensures that the aims and principles of the organization are being followed, my Lord and Empress. So that's
Continue.
code of ethics. Continue. Set ethic guidelines and best practices to follow for honesty, integrity, and professionalism. Violating the code of ethics can result in sanctions up to and including dismissal or termination. Types of codes of ethics include compliance, value, professionalism.
Give thanks.
My EABIC Melchizedek Priesthood Order. Today's discussion is on the etiquette of the priesthood order. Before we delve into the depths of the discussion, we'd like to understand what a caste system is and how knowingly or unknowingly we contribute to an hierarchical
Hierarchical
system or disunity by our actions and statements.
And we'll be going into a video.
Okay, so we continue the discussion with the video, Honorable. Go ahead, Empress.
You can go ahead and reason until the video is up.
Yeah, so all these is showing us, our mannerisms, our code of conduct, and one of the surest ways to test your code of conduct is when you get upset, when something happens in a life, when you disagree. Sometimes that time the human passion take over. So this is why now as gods and goddesses, this is the practice of gods and goddesses, to be able to be master of your passion. Being a man of right, a goddess, or a woman of right, a goddess is not a magic thing. It's not a click your finger and it's all airy and everything is good. No, it's that we are going through your human experience and learning to conquer your human passion and rise above it, my Lord and Empress. So we continue.
Which people are divided into rigid hierarchical groups based on factors like their occupation, birth, or family lineage. In caste systems, individuals' social status is often fixed at birth, and movement between castes is extremely limited or impossible. These systems dictate not only one's social standing, but also their rights, duties, and interactions with others in society. Many caste systems also include rules about marriage, work, and even daily behaviours, creating a clear separation between different groups. These distinctions are often maintained by traditions, laws, or religious beliefs. Now let's look at some examples of caste systems around the world. One example is the caste system historically found in India. This system categorized people into groups such as Brahmins, who are priests and scholars, and Shudras, who are labourers and servants. Each group had its own duties and societal roles. Over time, many more subgroups formed, and strict rules were imposed about interactions and marriage between groups. Though efforts have been made to dismantle this system legally, its social impact persists in some areas. Another example is the feudal system that existed in medieval Europe. In this system, society was divided into classes such as nobles, knights, clergy, and peasants. People were generally born into their social roles, and these roles determined their duties and privileges. For instance, nobles owned land and collected taxes, while peasants worked the land and had limited rights. This system structured society for centuries and had a lasting impact on European culture. Of course, caste systems are not without their criticisms. One criticism is that caste systems often create deep inequality. Because people are assigned their social status at birth, those in lower castes face significant barriers to opportunities, such as education and employment. This inequality leads to cycles of poverty, as individuals born into disadvantaged groups struggle to improve their living conditions, no matter how talented or hardworking they are. Another criticism is that caste systems restrict personal freedom. In societies with rigid caste structures, individuals often cannot choose their occupation, who they marry, or where they live. This lack of choice limits personal growth and happiness. For example, a person with a passion for art might be forced into a labour-intensive job simply because of their caste, leaving their talents unfulfilled. A third criticism is that caste systems can lead to social conflict and discrimination. When people are separated into distinct groups, it often fosters prejudice and hostility. This division can result in tension between castes, as well as unfair treatment or outright violence toward those in lower castes. This social unrest harms not only the individuals involved, but also the overall stability of society. Finally, caste systems often prevent societal progress. By discouraging interaction and collaboration between different groups, caste systems stifle innovation and development. When people are judged by their birth rather than their abilities, societies fail to fully utilize the talents and skills of their population, holding back economic and cultural growth.
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater.
Blessed love.
That is the end of the
Majesty.
video, my lord.
Thanks.
Okay. My lord.
I'll begin reading.
Okay.
The concept of a caste system, though not a formal legal structure in India, ones are asked to keep their mics muted, please, because of the feedback. My Lord and Empress, continuing reading. The concept of a caste system, though not a formal legal structure like in India, has influenced social hierarchies in the Caribbean, particularly in the context of Afro-Caribbean populations. This influence manifests as a color line or colorism. Light skin and perceived European, where light skin and perceived European ancestry often correlate with higher social status and privilege, while darker skin and African ancestry is associated with lower status. 1. Historical roots. Slavery and colonialism. The legacy of slavery and colonialism created a complex social hierarchy based on race and skin color. Plantation society. The plantation system, with its emphasis on European dominance and the dehumanization of enslaved people, solidified racial hierarchies. Colorism. The idea that lighter skin is superior to darker skin and therefore more desirable became deeply ingrained in Caribbean societies. 2. Manifestations of the caste system. Social stratification. Wealth and racial ethnic identity often intersected, leading to social stratification where lighter-skinned individuals and those with European ancestry tended to occupy higher positions in society. Economic disparities. The color line also translated into economic disparities, with lighter-skinned individuals often having better access to education, employment, and resources. Racial prejudice and discrimination. Colorism has been a persistent source of racial prejudice and discrimination, shaping social interactions and power dynamics in the Caribbean. 3. Examples in specific Caribbean countries: Jamaica. Jamaica is a prime example of a society where colorism plays a significant role in social stratification and power dynamics. Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, the caste system was formally recognized by law with three main castes: white, free-colored, and Indian. Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. The island of Hispaniola is also associated with the development of a racial caste system, though it differs from the Indian caste system. Number 4, modern perspectives, shifting the dynamics. While the caste system is not a formal structure, its legacy continues to influence social relationships and power dynamics in the Caribbean. Ongoing struggles. The fight against colorism and racial discrimination remains a key aspect of social and political struggles in many Caribbean nations. Complex identities. The Caribbean context is characterized by the complexities of race, ethnicity, and identity, making it difficult to simply apply the term caste system in a rigid, traditional way. The caste system experience in the Caribbean is based, as stated before, on colorism, or to be more precise, shadism. The tone of color symbolizes your station in society. While it exists in the Caribbean social structure among Rastafari and the Pan-African family, it is titles and material achievements or popularity that is used as a system of ranking. People may ask why this is important. We are seeing glimpses of a caste system among I&I, which was non-existent among the early generations of Rastafari. On the contrary, back in the early days, brethren stepped away from their family privilege positions to ground with the grassroots in solidarity as Africans seeking equality and justice for all people, regardless of color, creed, or social standing. Today, there are capitalists, elitists, and socialists among Rastafari. The oneness on which Rastafari as a movement was rooted in has been replaced by a materialistic mentality. Some Rastafari today attempt to separate themselves from the flock because of achievement, reputation, or wealth, which does not afford them any privilege among the liberators. This mentality is part of what prompted the visionary Marcus Garvey to encourage Africans to emancipate themselves from mental slavery, for while others can free your body, only you can free your mind. Declarations and attitudes of self-aggrandizement have no place among the liberation movement. Fame, popularity, or wealth should not and does not elevate a person above another in the divine realm. Such declarations are made by people who are of this world, but, quote, I&I are in this world, but not of this world. God's world is based on equality and universal justice. The house of priests are of the highest human standard based on humility. The priests are servants of God and the people, and while the priest is held to the highest moral standard, he humbles himself as the least among the social stratus of people. The priests are morally high, divinely superior, but humanly equal. Being an intermediary of God to the people, the priests shoulder a great responsibility to be ethical and exemplary in their actions. This does not signify perfection. It is a symbol of having achieved discipline of the mind an essential ingredient in attaining general morality. The priesthood stands to remove social stratification by the establishment of the brotherhood and the sisterhood of Christ among mankind. My Lord and Empress.
Through the chair. Through the chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, my lord. Go ahead, please. I'll think with this, man.
My Lord, I would call upon the Honorable Priest Nappy to, while we move along, to do your job as you always do, Honorable Priest. Break down stratification for the platform. If you could give us a definition on the word stratification, that everybody is on the same page.
I'm not sure what you mean, my lord.
Stratification, Google stratification for it. Give a definition for stratification. Because that word was just used several times, and I don't know if everyone has the understanding of what stratification means as it applies to this reasoning. You can continue now. Yes, my lord. When you have it, you can just come forward with it. Honorable, we can continue while the priest does his thing.
We're ready, man. We're ready right now.
All right, my lord. Go ahead.
Son is the arrangement or classification of something into different groups. Wealth is the main symbol of social stratification. The formation of strata in rock seen without any, that is something else. The placing of seed close. All right. What is the example of stratification? Stratification refers to the process of dividing a population or data into distinct groups or layers based on sheer characteristics. Example include social stratification divides society into classes based on socio-economic factors, and data stratification grouping data into subset for analysis. For example, caste system, the Hindu caste system, class system, upper class, middle, and working class in Western society, and slavery. Right. That's basically my law and Empress.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Yeah, that give a clearer understanding. You know, it categorizes people, not using a divine process, but a materialist process is what it's defining. Yeah, back to the my lord, to the chair.
Honorable my lord, Majesty bless. I seen the 7 golden candlesticks. Is that a video or is that a reasoning?
That's the title of the segment of the reasoning. The 7 golden candlesticks as living sacrifices. In the book of Revelation.
Okay.
Yeah, in the book of Revelation, I'll just read this. I will return it to the chair for the Royal Empress Secretary to take over the reading. In the book of Revelation, the 7 golden candlesticks represent the 7 churches of Asia. They are also symbolic of the church as a whole, acting as a light in the world, illuminated by the Holy Spirit. The use of gold highlights the value and preciousness of the church in God's eyes. Yeah, back to the chair.
Empress Diane. Go ahead, Chris.
Here's a more detailed breakdown. Continue on reading. Here's a more detailed breakdown. 7 churches. The 7 candlesticks especially refers to the 7 churches addressed in Revelation 1, verse 12, 13, and chapters 2 and 3. Lampstands and lights. The candlesticks, like lampstands, symbolize the role of the church as a light source, shining the light of the gospel and God's will into the world. Holy Spirit. The oil for the lamps in the Bible context represents the Holy Spirit, which empowers the church to fulfill its role of illumination. Value of the church. The goal used for the candlesticks emphasizes the immense value that God places on the church of Jesus Christ. Perfection and completion. The number 7, often used in scriptures, symbolizes perfection and completeness, suggesting the church's full potential and role in God's plan. The 7 golden candlesticks in the book of Revelation, Revelation 1:20, symbolize the 7 churches that John wrote to in the 1st century AD. These churches were located in Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamon, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. The candlesticks represent the churches themselves, while the stars represent the angels / messengers of the churches. The number 7 often symbolizes completeness or perfection in the Bible. The 7 golden candlesticks are not directly related to Africa. The churches mentioned in Revelation are located in the Roman province of Asia, not in Africa. However, some interpretations suggest that the 7 churches may represent different periods in the history of the church, or different types of churches, which could have implications for the church in Africa as well. The golden altar, also known as the altar of incense, was a crucial piece of furniture in the tabernacle and later in the temple, serving as a place of prayer and worship. Located in the holy place, directly in front of the veil, it was where incense was burned, symbolizing the prayers of the people ascending to God. Key features and symbolism. Location. Situated in the holy place behind the veil and in front of the Ark of the Covenant. Construction. Made of Akai wood overlaid with pure gold. It was a cubit square and 2 cubits high. Purpose. The primary function was to burn incense, representing the prayers and intercession of the people ascending before God. Symbolism. The altar's materials: wood for humanity and gold for deity. And its size, smaller than the other furnishings, but of great importance, symbolized Jesus as the God-man, perfectly combining humanity and deity. Intercession. The altar was a place of intercession, with the smoke of incense carrying the prayers of the people before God. In Revelation 8:3, another angel is depicted standing at the altar with a golden censer, adding the prayers of the saints to the incense offered on the golden altar. The smoke of incense, along with the prayers, ascends before God from the angel's hand to be continued. Majesty. Is the Honorable Empress Diana available?
Majesty bless. Empress Diane. Like, you're not close to the phone right now, it seems like.
I turn up your volume, Empress.
Oh, blessed, pardon me, I heard me now.
Yes.
Yes, Royal Empress. Can you take over the narration, please?
Yes,
Give
beloved.
thanks.
The 7 African powers, also known as Orishas, are a set of spiritual entities in the African diaspora religions like Santeria and Voodoo. They are invoked through prayer and rituals for guidance, protection, and intercession in daily life. A common prayer format involves acknowledging the divine creator and seeking the Orisha's help with specific petitions. Elaborating on the 7 African powers. Iluga, known as the messenger and god of the crossroads, opening paths and bringing good fortune. Yamaya, the goddess of the sea, motherhood, and fertility, associated with love and protection. Oshun, the goddess of fresh water, love, beauty, and fertility, associated with wealth and abundance. Obatala, the father of all Orishas, representing purity, peace, and wisdom associated with protection and guidance. Shango, the god of thunder, lightning, and justice, representing power, strength, and authority. Oya, the goddess of fire, storms, and change, representing transformation and courage. Ogun, the god of iron, war, and labor, associated with technology and material progress. To be continued. Blessed love. Melchizedek priesthood order. In the Melchizedek priesthood order of the cloth, there is not much difference or variation from the standard religious interpretation of the golden candlesticks and the golden altar of God. The Bobo Ashanti priesthood expresses a similar sentiment as it relates to the symbolism of the candlesticks and altar, following the death and resurrection of Yeshua, a Christ. The sacrificing of animals was abandoned. Thereafter, humans, by their culpability, became accountable for their own actions and sin. The priests, being a fraternity establishment by man to intercede or interpose on behalf of the general population, had to come up with a new concept of atonement after the discontinuation of animal sacrifices. The seers and sages understood human characteristics and knew people would continue to defy and or ignore the laws of God. The house of priests by an oath pledged to become the blameless, blemish-free sacrifices given up to the Creator on the golden altar. During the tenure of the Levitical priests, animals chosen for sacrifice had to be biologically perfect, having no scars or loss of limbs. The best of the best had to be sacrificed. The Melchizedek priest, who now became the living sacrifice for the sins of humanity, fulfilling the office of Christ, must be without blemish. What this means is that the priest must be biologically perfect, have all their limbs and body parts that are common to all humans. Their moral standards must be the highest achievable among humans. The priest's life must be based on humanism and divine consciousness. The ancient law prohibits any person from ministering on the altar who has lost a limb, as the loss also causes mental trauma. If the person who has sustained such a loss is driven to serve, there are other ways that person can fulfill their calling as a priest. This is an act of discrimination. This is not an act of discrimination or bias. It is an expression of reverence for the Creator. In seeking to appease the disappointment of human discernments, man offer up his best possessions, even
Sorry, Empress.
of themselves.
Sorry, Empress. Could you repeat that? The word is indiscretion. Could you just repeat that from in seeking?
In seeking to appease the disappointments of human indiscretions, man offer up the best possessions, even of themselves. But the loss of a limb shouldn't prevent a person from answering their calling. It is for the fraternity of priests to sit together and identify the various ways in which a person can function in the priesthood regardless of such loss of limbs. It is a man who makes their decision of how to serve their Creator. Understanding the benevolent nature of the Creator, I and I are able to identify the roles applicable to a person's physical, mental, and spiritual condition and well-being. To be continued by another angel.
Majesty bless. Yes, fine.
Go ahead, precisely.
Honorable priest, thank you. You can read it, you can see that, you can continue.
I must be cognizant that Rastafari in our Genesis were a people which can brainwash into being who we were before the Black Christ resurrected our self-awareness and consciousness. In reviving our ancient liberty, our Father used the tools available, such as the James Bible and Sankey hymnals. Some of the names and this definition were coined by the Judeo-Christian institution that revised the scriptures. This is established to now explain why there are variations in interpretation, alteration where it was necessary to infuse a color concept or an
ad lib,
such as Lagos for Jesus or creation for Christian, etc. using the morally strong scriptures such as what His Imperial Majesty advised, that we read good books of the scriptures like St. John, also using the hymn that had a universal message of upliftment and adulation for our deity. And applying an Afrocentric interpretation to a biblical narrative in order to relay a message of salvation to people of African descent. These were human ingenuity at its best. Human ingenuity at its most creative use. In a time when African people didn't have much in the way of recorded history for reference, what the first and second generation of Rastafari were able to accomplish without the many books available today was
many tools. Without the many tools available today.
Without the many tools available today was magical, especially against all the odds stacked against them. The difference in I and I as an African-centered priesthood is to be able to access the history and knowledge of our ancestors, being able to identify what works and what doesn't. But greater yet, we are able to identify our ancestors' intentions and methodology, allowing for duplication or the greatness locked within.
Of the greatness.
Of the greatness locked within. Locked within. To the work, we are servants of God, the Most High, Holy Emmanuel I, Haile Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress. So we have a breakdown there, which how we arrive where we are and the tools what the ancestors, the ancients work with that we could arrive here now. So now I and I is at the point where, we are using truth and reality as the pillar post in moving forward. My Lord and Empress. Bless.
My Lord.
And dialogue.
Chair.
Question and
To the chair.
Yes, my Lord.
Could I have the privilege of opening up this conversation, my Lord?
Yes, Prince. Yeah.
Yes, my Lord. Give thanks. Yes, honorable family. Yeah. All protocols observed. Give thanks to the Congress, all the settings of the Congress. Give thanks for I and I. The furniture that make up the Congress, man and woman, royal gods and goddesses. Yeah, we give thanks for the mothers of creation, I and I sisters, on this day, Mother's Day. So as I said, all protocols observed. Yeah, in the first segment of the narrative, it spoke of, stratification, and it spoke of a caste system. Why the council chose to highlight that aspect of things. Because more time within I and I, general life as humans, we pick up ways, little ways that, them say circumstances make you what you are by our surroundings. Sometimes we pick up some residual effects from the negative system in which we find ourselves. And one of that is our interaction creates a caste system. Now, as a priest of the order, I and I know, and I should always practice that humility, knowing that no matter our achievement through our discipline, it does not make us better than anyone. It does not put us above anyone. It does not create any form of racial hierarchy, what it does, the more a one learns and achieves on a knowledge level, you are now duty bound to whom much is given, much is required. You are now duty bound to share and elevate others. See, so it is not a merit badge or something that we use to boost our ego, to feel that we are above others. So the system, this thing that they call the caste system, it has many ways in which it seeps in amongst people, groups of people. And before you know it, it becomes a standard. Just like how in the world today you hear them talk of the third world countries. That is derogatory, but it has become accepted. We are developing countries. We are not third world. We are all in the same one world. But by applying that title to I and I, it reduces us on the world stage. So we become second, third tier in having a say in global decisions. That is what that does. The first world country now is allowed to, to make all the decisions that the rest of the world, especially the third world, has to comply with. See, and so it's very important to understand what a caste system is, especially as a Congress, meaning a government. So that was the purpose of the council highlighting that aspect of things, where now we can go deeper into our liberty, and understanding our role as a priest. Because our role as a priest, as we grow in our wisdom, knowledge, understanding, it is not to exercise, flaunt it, or use it, weaponize it to be used against others. It is now a duty. And that's why we are here as the Council of Elders. Elders seated together, communing together, trying to sort through the mysteries, to understand the problems that is facing us and how we can come up with some solutions. That's the purpose of this. Now we have gone into the priestly discussion of the altar. Seeing the 7 golden candlesticks, which I and I are when we take the altar, what is our responsibility? Because priest is not a title, it's who you become. So you become a priest. And with that comes responsibilities. So we need to understand those responsibilities clearly. So that is what this discussion is supposed to enhance and highlight. Give thanks, family. Hope I wasn't too long. Blessed.
My Lord, give thanks for that clearance. Even how you break it down which part, the first word and the third word something. Definitely a caste system. Definitely, And you see, they use our talent down here. We go up there and we can become citizens and run for them and jump for them and all these things. And they go on with this false status, our first word. So we give thanks for that clearance, my Lord and Majesty. And the floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Any questions? Any insight, my Lord and Empress, on what we have just read and what was explained?
Yes, Lord. Go ahead, Honorable Priest.
My blessed, yes. I've even on the 7 golden candlesticks, even the sacrifice, as a man growing up now and looking at the Orthodox in Ethiopia when I was coming forward, even to this or that. So I used to literally put literally put 7 golden, but I buy 7 separate stands. I never have the heart one, with the 7 fixed. What I buy 7, I used to like them, and I used to along with the 7 burning candlesticks, I burn frankincense and myrrh upon the coalstones, because this was an Ethiopian tradition I was observing, but having come in further into the order, I remember sending King Emmanuel Charles Edwards just one candle, my ankh, frankincense, a coalstone to burn it on. No, the response I got back was, we don't use such things in the foundation. Not to say that it couldn't be done, but who in the West see you doing it, imagine all kind of vain things like opium and bad science and these things. So he says, when we reach Ethiopia, we could burn that same tambour, the wax and rope candle, in righteousness when we get home. So I was a man used to burn my candle and incense like that from my altar, but when I come to King Emmanuel order now, in that fullness, I drop all of them things. Though I will buy a joystick, as them call it, or one of them things there and light up. Put a little scent in the house differently, you know what I mean? Because sometimes I like use them air freshener and them things, them, you know? So I don't see nothing wrong with using the frankincense and the myrrh and these things and even the wax candle, but I do understand the living candle stick, which is the man in flesh, what don't burn out. So that's my understanding of even that, you know? But it is good when you study variations of priesthood, because I study the Ethiopian Orthodox to do manifest according to how we manifest. Then we have the Batawi priests, what has been mentioned on this platform at times, and images of them as the dreadlocks priests have been shown. So everyone has a different approach of the Melchizedek order. Even the ones who are of the same collective still have a different approach in their outlooks, because they are individuals. You understand? So, and it's not just saying Melchizedek is what Melchizedek means. It means king of righteousness. So, you know, so even in the priesthood, there is a monarchical or monarchy status, even in such priesthood, in a different sense, as there is a mention of a priest king in Melchizedek. So give thanks, you know, for all understanding and all expression, because like I said, them say Jamaica have the most Christian churches per square mile in the world, but yet Ethiopia have over 1 million monasteries. You understand? And the populace is much more than the much more than the monasteries they have, because Ethiopia is the second biggest African populace on the continent after Nigeria. So, you know, and as a man who has been in Ethiopia and seeing it, I see priests used to come on all the bus and pray. You have priests on the byways and the highways. That is their specific duty to pray for the people on the byways. You have man in, what them call it, the Jordan of Ethiopia. I think priest Radcliffe could back me on this one. The Shankayones, them have a priest up there, and his specific work is to baptize people who go there. And when you go there, you have to strip off like a baby to go in there. Priest Merrill and them should tell you, because them they go experience that baptism in Shankayones in Ethiopia. So I said there are many different expressions of priesthood. You know, yes, we say with the ice order, because we come after the order of Melchizedek. We even claim that we're higher than Twedu, but when you see some of the practice is that what I've seen in some of the priesthood, I will look at Bobo Shanti and say, come like we not even try. When you see some of the devotion, when I go to Ethiopia and I man see the expression of the Christians, I man I say, they make we Bobo Shanti who say we are Rastafari, make we look like we not try. You see an Ethiopian, you go there walk with a crowd of Ethiopian and then you see them stop. And you wonder, where them are gone? You all let them run over to a church and I kiss it. And I make them symbol of them cross. And hear God in out their way. Yes, you can be walking with a crowd of Ethiopia next minute, you wonder where they gone. And then it's a church, them run over to them see a clergy a come, them bow before him, them kiss him cross, all these things. You know, just like you see even the emperor, a kiss all the cross and all of these things. So different and enough of the things what our father, Emperor Haile Selassie endorsed, Rastafari can burn out cross, but certain elements of the Bible. So in the same way of priesthood, we have to be tactful and we have to be, what's the word called? What's it called? Sympathetic to one's to people's feelings, you know, and direct reason. So, my Lord, thanks.
Yeah.
And those say that eventually not condensed to know what.
We have a thing called cultural diversity, you know. So our faith don't build walls, it build bridges. So all acknowledgement of the Most High, you know, we respect. You know, we have our own peculiar way how we acknowledge and show forth praises unto the Creator, you know, the three in one and the one in three. But it have cultural diversity, especially when we go Africa. You have to see people, as you and I will preach, I say, different things. Maybe Ethiopian like that. You have a big high church and them come and kiss them and kiss it and bow before it. So we see as Ethiopians how very vigilant with our expression of God and our adulation of the Most High. You know? So, my Lord, floor is open, Honorable, my Lord and Empress.
My Lord.
Yeah, them get some Honorable, please.
Yeah. Until someone else is ready for the floor, I would jump in and take a 1 quick minute here to address that reality that the Honorable Priest has highlighted. Now, we have to understand among ourselves now as conscious and divine people that we are all equal in the sight of the Almighty. The things that we use to judge one another and to create status and hierarchy doesn't apply to the Creator, how He views life. That is the frailties of being human. See, we become very myopic in our perception. See, now we are no higher than anyone. The Tower Healer is no higher than us. And I mean, people are expressing their spirituality in their way. What we do, how we do it, our Father chose to design His version of worship the way He did, pulling for the foundation of Africanness, but still using certain things in the here and now that He was used to. And that every human has that right, you know. This thing of spiritual jostling and competing to say, well, you know, my God is greater than your God, and is one God. No matter what you call him, how he's expressed by other ones, it's the one spirit in all the earth, the one energy of creation. See, so what His Majesty say is what I, in my personal life, try to apply. The man say, if a Muslim, a Jew, a Christian, and whoever else meets at a crossroads, they would acknowledge that they are spiritual kinsmen. So what we are in our cultural diversity, as the priest said, and in our spiritual diversity, as remember now, it is interpreted again by His Majesty that spirituality is personal. And the fact that it is personal, everyone has the right to express it, how them feel it, how them perceive it, how them interpret it. It is this world that we confine ourselves in, where a few little ones in their grand ego wants to dominate people's expression of their inner consciousness, because that is what your spirituality is. It's your inner consciousness. It opens up a portal to unlimited knowledge, especially what is encoded in our DNA from our ancestors. And only an individual has the right to access that, to interpret it, and to apply it into himself and his actions. So for us to be competing to say which one is better, and we become just like the world out there, and we say we are in the world but not of the world, see, but of the world to come, which is that world of equality and justice. See, in that world that is run by divine ordinance and not human laws that are designed for human aggrandizement. Yeah, give thanks. Floor open, my lord.
Majesty bless my Lord and Empress. Yes, my Lord. So, it's as it's a on the job training, We couldn't speak like this 40 years ago. Because we get this full revelation. Although we speak now, it is still being revealed unto us as we go along. This is why hence the saying, man of right is God in flesh, is that it's a journey on to conquer that human frailty of ourselves, in all our mannerisms. And I tell you, it's especially when we get upset. When we get upset, our reason fly out through the window and we become raw human. So this is as God in flesh now, is that challenge that we are facing to conquer that part. Address issues, not to say humbleness is not being passive, but address issues in a way where we can encourage discussion instead of encourage separation. My Lord, I don't know. And as one other thing too, what the priest say with Dada, if you look at Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he did the same thing on the Muslim side. His father was a Gaviite, and him set up the secure system of praises, but he called it Muslim, but it was a little bit different than the ordinary Orthodox Muslim. So we see he tried that strategy. It had an ex-man in Philadelphia named Father Divine come up and Marcus Garvey treatment, and he had that same kind of a philosophy where it was a Christian organization, but he had changed God in flesh, and not just on a spiritual level, but spiritual and material. So you find in Philadelphia, it had Father Divine Hotel, Father Divine Shop, Father Divine dry cleaners. Same strategy on Marcus side. So we understand Jah already use the tools we have to uplift and enlighten us as black man, as African man and woman. My Lord and Empress. Floor is open, my Lord.
There's a question since again through there's no silence in sermon, there is a question that's floating around on a person that has been injured or born with an anomaly, lost a limb, a eye, a finger, a arm, a leg, can they minister on the golden altar? So I'm posing that to the platform to hear what all the other priests has to say. And I don't want anyone to be to hold back any questions. My Lord, there are them is priests, ones who have questions, please pose them so we can get answers and we all can be elevated and educated on our liberty. See, Yeah, man. I should be rushing one another to ask to get the clarity. We shouldn't have airtime, um, dead time in our reasoning, which are very important priestly reasoning. And I'm sure many of us are not clear on all the principles that govern the priesthood order. I just yeah.
My Lord, remember, my Lord and Empress, the silliest question is the one you don't ask. So as we encourage one and one, we hope up be happy amongst family here. You know, it's nothing has to be ashamed if a man say, but you know, me not easy to get the phone. What you think about that? Me not get the phone later this a big man and big woman thing here, we are elevate ourselves, you know. It's a school here. So it's just natural question. It will be
To the
there to
chair,
be
my
asked.
Lord and Empress.
My Lord, I have to say,
My Lord.
I look for that video with you the other day, my lad. Pure black hair under your chin.
Yes, my Lord, you know how the CSS works, you know. CSS works, you know. Yes, my Lord, concerning the question and the answer, you know. Yeah, them thing are just basic. Like, you know, from basic school, you know, to primary, you know, college and them thing there. So most naturally, my Lord, we don't know this as priest and the Melchizedek order, you know. The from you're afflicted, can't touch the altar. Then the man lose a finger and them thing there, you know, feet, a hand. I just most natural that a common something where I and I as priests know that say, yeah, you know, can't touch the altar, my Lord and Empress. So we just see them thing as the basic, you know,
Yeah, that is
within
just
the order.
And I just the altar affliction, man.
And never the altar, you know, even from the altar in the kitchen and them thing there,
affliction, man,
you know.
The minister.
Yeah, so yes, my Lord. That's most natural, you know.
Yes, sir. You bring up a
Yes, my lord.
here.
Through the chair, my lord. Through the chair. Through the chair, Priest Kevin.
My lord.
Yes, my lord. Yes, that pertaining the question with the affliction, man. It's just a natural reality as what the priest say, Bobo. It's just a natural reality, my lord. From we are youth and we're in the camp, we know this thing. I know say from a man afflicted, whether a man lose a hand or or any part-time body or a man get a cut or a man have an open wound or a running wound. We know that naturally say affliction man will take part in the altar, on the altar, and in a certain local place in the camp same way. You know, so when a man affliction, him not go in the kitchen, go minister in the kitchen same way. You understand me? Affliction man would have seat up now and get minister too. Because that's how we learn it as youth. When a virgin afflicted now, a priest always there around him to make sure certain thing minister to him on time. You understand me? So I just a natural reality, my lord. Affliction man, cause the man say, for instance, now my lord, when an affliction man or a man will lose a hand, or a 1 foot man, or a 1 hand man, a limp, and a going at the tabernacle. From him reach the tabernacle, that draw distraction to the congregation. That's why the father say, yeah, them thing they bring draw distraction to the service. Yeah, so if a man lose a foot and him lose an or lose some part of him body, from him going at the tabernacle and the congregation see him, it's like a look of focus that on him. It drive everybody meditation towards him. So it's just a natural reality, my lord. Affliction man and minister upon the altar, God. Blessed love.
Yes, my Lord. I just most natural, you know, cause a man out of everything we get a understanding, you know. A understanding, a clarity, said we see it. So ones like them, they, you know, lose a foot, a hand, and things like that are afflicted certain way. You could have stand out, you know, from the tabernacle away and go and listen to the service, said we, you know, and them things they said. The man give back every man a justice and woman a justice, said we in themselves, you know. But when it comes to in the tabernacle and especially on the altar, we don't know definitely say everything solid, everything perfect up there. And through it, at the bread of life, and we are minister from we tend to said we, you know, a limp man and all them thing there, you know. Yeah, so you know, Finan man and them, yeah man. So them thing that I where and I learn and come to realize and know in I and I self, my Lord and Empress. Now to stress it out. With the animal.
Now listen, buddy. So what this guy then is saying, if a man afflicted, him not supposed to even come and yeah, sir.
No,
Sorry,
why
sir.
my lord? Why my lord? Read that
One voice family. One voice family. The chair is speaking. Let the chair finish first before I want.
Yes. What I saying, we understand the minister and we have like a missing member of the structure. You should understand that. But to say to bar a man from coming into the house of God because he afflicted, I did not see, I don't really see the justice there, so because him a come to a solemn, him a come to a healing bar. Why should he be excluded outside? I think he have a right to come in and stop and say, no, the minister is a different. So I leave this up. So we say he wouldn't have a blemish because the honorable priest explained that we are the sacrifices now. You know, sacrifice animal no more. We are the living sacrifices on the goal. And when it has sacrifice, they always choose an animal with no blemish. So the animal has to be perfect. So understand that as ministering on the goal. But to see a man afflicted and to tell him can't come in the house to praise and can't come in the tabernacle to praise God, I think that is I don't really see that, my Lord and Master. Prayer is open.
My Lord, blessed Lord. One time my man did step on the...
One second.
Hold on, priest. Wait to be acknowledged.
Well, let me put it in order that I am saying them here. Priest, Radcliffe, were you responding back? Yeah or nay? I guess not. And Priest Aswad, Mama Miriam, and then Priest Adigan.
Yeah, Priest Lion. Yeah, hold on. Priest Lion, the Empress is asking, were you responding forward to Priest IMZ or can the conversation now go around the board, around the table?
His mic is muted. The priest mic is muted.
Honorable Priest Lion, your mic mute. Are you hearing us?
Okay.
I'm hearing you. Yeah.
Yeah,
What
I
we
would say,
say?
are you responding back? Are you responding back to? Are you responding?
Yeah. Well, as we say now, out of everything get understanding. So it all depends on what type of affliction, you know, if you come even in the tobacco, if you're afflicted, normally we learn that means it's like you may be polluted at the moment and them things that so the man say you would come even amongst free ones.
Naturally.
So
the Prince Heinz, my lord, him say about the tabernacle if a virgin can't come in. You see, when a man afflicted, is many kind of affliction. A man can have an open wound or a running wound, or a man can lose a hand or a foot. You understand me? So now the man will lose a hand or a foot. We have a 1 foot or a 1 hand or a 1 ears. Him now is a totally, King Emmanuel say, a man like that now is a distraction to the harder. So him now wouldn't come to the tabernacle. And the man we have a wound now. Like for instance, a man have a cut and it no heal and a running and it depend on a running issue. Him can't mention the tabernacle none at all till him own heal and dry up. Where a man knows him own heal now and him affliction heal now, then him can come take part in the tabernacle. Yeah, because these words are King Emmanuel words, you know, my lord. And I just speak something where this we go learn in the camp. He's a man living at the camp for years. You understand me, my lord? So these are the principle of the Congress. So we know it. Whatever. Yeah, and the man now, I know like you bar him, say you bar him from God thing. A man can't in the yard and service a go on and a man in the yard sit down on a bench and a chair and a whole a vibe same way. You understand me? So all the things set, my lord. Me as a man, me not really too try if you change or go on where King Emmanuel set, because King Emmanuel set all the principles them were in the camp. King Emmanuel lay them down to man, and man come undone it on the field. So King Emmanuel said, from a man afflicted, him not supposed to go in the tabernacle till him own or whatsoever heal up. The man will lose a hand or a foot now. Him not have no part in the tabernacle because him.
We get you, my lad. We get you. Yeah, we get you, my lad. Yeah, we get that part there. No, cause we repeat yourself right there. So.
Blessed.
Yeah, we repeat yourself there now. Cause we get you there. So, but here the thing now, we are going to interject through the chair. Can I just interject here, chairman?
Can we go around? Let's do it the other way. Hold your thought, write your thought down. Christmas watch, 3 minutes.
Honorable chair, let the chair run the priest. Chair?
Yeah, my lord, honorable priest as well. All right, who's the next one, Empress?
The next person.
Empress, who's the next person?
I think Mama Miriam and Priest Adgan, Priest Rasavan.
All right. Empress Miriam.
Yes, but so much, we have so much noise in the background. It's kind of confusing, you know.
Lock on the mic. Lock on the mic, please. Yes.
Blessed greetings, I love my brother. Give thanks. Yes, I am listening to this topic here. I have been to the camp over many years, and some of what the brethren them said is natural. You understand? And I will not go back over it, you know. And you know there are two different type of issue, right? If you are sick and you have a running issue, cut her so you can't come to the tabernacle. That is what. But for a man, you know, lost a limb, and he's all right and he's fit. I've seen where people like those come into the tabernacle and then clap, you know, and then praise God. Because they have a right like us. You understand? So that part that kind of, as priest, I agree with you, priest Simsley, what you said, my brother. Because that part that get me still. I was thinking about it hard, and that's what I said. You know, God no partial. Yeah, but some of what priest Radcliffe them say is natural. But the part where, you know, a man can't come in at that because him blast the limbs, boy, come away to me though, as an empress. So that's all I want to say, yeah? Give thanks.
My lord and empress. We wasn't debating a running issue. A cut a running issue, we know you're not coming to tower. What we debating is a loss of a limb, a hand, a foot, or whatever. So that man be barred from coming to praise God. The floor open, my lord. Please, Ashwad, he was calling you just now. You are now, you can speak.
Yeah, blessed love, my lord and empress. Yes. To the divine empresses, I must say, happy celebration to the Empress Day, the Mother's Day, the Sister's Day, the day that belongs to the item every day. So feel no way, man and man. Happy Father's Day to the man, but happy Mother's Day to the Royal Empresses. Concerning the priests and the violation of the priesthood and the affliction of the priesthood, Leviticus 22 specifies the laws that govern the duties at the offering and the altar, including the requirements of the physical perfection and purity of priests with defects such as blindness and lameness, and we know all these things, right? You cannot go on the altar because you pollute the altar, because there's a physical purification, Leviticus 21 and 20 say, and it outlines that the priest's physical defect, including blindness and disfiguration of the face or deformed limbs and certain things, were not permitted, because the altar must be sanctified, and The prohibitions against the priest with the effects were meant to protect and the sanctity of the altar and the holiness of the priest service in the presence of someone with the defects. It was seen as a source of defilement and could be potentially disturbing the sacred nature of the offering. All right, so we understand the concept, but me of myself saying a man with affliction shouldn't go into the altar. It depends. I don't say going on the altar, but in the tabernacle, because sometimes a man sick. All me and I go in the tabernacle, I just go and kneel down and I lay down on the carpet and give me praises. And when I wake up, I feel different. I mean, it feel funny when you see a man need to come in the tabernacle. Just to walk in a tabernacle is a healing power, you know, to me. And I think to the eye them same way, because that's where we things start. That's the engine room and the power station. So I think there's different examples why should a priest be banned or burned from offering on the altar. And that was an ancient thing. And that was our thing to keep things pure and clean, because people was doing things and draining blood and doing all kind of defilement, and these things is not, it defile the sacrifice. The shedding of the blood on the altar is symbolizing alone, atoning the power to cover the sins, and the Levitical thing was ruled out. That's why we become Melchizedek priest today, who needs not sacrifice. He sacrificed is King Emmanuel, the Lamb who sacrificed and paid for us with his blood, my Lord and Majesty.
Priest Adigan.
The floor is open. Priest Adigan, my Lord.
Yes, Lord. Yeah. Well, I remember a time I wasn't down to minister, but I think it's priest. They wanted a priest. I think it's priest Simon was leading, and I was on my way to the tabernacle. And when I look down on my hands, I see a small indent. A residue was coming out. It wasn't blood, but it looked like it was some running issue. Just a little indent, like a needle prick, and it started to run. And I it wasn't there, but as I start making my way to the tabernacle now, I see this indent start to run. And then Priest Simon looking through the window of the tabernacle. Where am I? Where am I? I have to tell him, say, I just spot a running issue. And can't do this again. Yet it wasn't blood, but it was like clear water coming out. But I still adhere to the principle like it as a running issue and didn't touch the altar. And then there's the nether one as well. Outside direct affliction, seed of copulation. I'm on seaman. Like I think, I don't think the priest has to go aside for 21 days like an empress, but I think he can't touch the altar till after, say, 7 or 14 days. The understanding I get. So, but I hear say, as them, if a man chuck off and go to sea, as them say, him can't touch the altar as a priest, but him can go to the service. I stand to be corrected, but that is something what I did learn still. So I don't know a lot of things, but I know them things have reached I before, and I remember me see it come from me, and I didn't go to the altar, and I didn't go to the tabernacle at all. And someone said to me, "Why didn't you go to service?" And I said, "Because Seaman come on me," and them said to me, "You could have still gone to the service, you just couldn't touch the altar." You understand? So I stand to be corrected on that issue also. So just my little thing said, there is not just afflictions, there's other things can stop our minister on the altar. I speak, listen, and I want to say is a distraction. You see, if you think about God, okay, a man come to this, that person shouldn't be a distraction. If you think about God and the service, and like you said, you look upon that as the cleansing power, the cleansing fountain, no care the infirmity where the where the flesh come in at the tabernacle with male or female or children, it shouldn't distract you if you are dealing with reverence. You know what I mean? Because if you are dealing with the reverence, no matter how, because remember the man say, render your heart and not your garments. And if your goody, your flesh is what is your main garment, and if part of that get chopped off, you know, so because sometimes misadventure make things happen to one, you know. So no one shouldn't be discriminated against through an affliction what they might have acquired as opposed to, you know. Yeah, because sometimes some dogma will come out when a man lose a true that man that did wicked, a true that man that did this, true, you know, so all them little things them still. That thing with reverence, if you deal with reverence, no, the tabernacle shouldn't. I agree with you that way, my lord.
My lord. So, floor is open, my lord and empress. Blessed.
Blessed love. Blessed love. Yeah, I just want to share something with ones and ones. And this is Mama Maisie can attest to this. Honorable Priest Daniel, if he's still on the platform, can attest to this. We spoke about this the other night. I have a brother, a brethren, a loved one. Just passed on now, but he was a standing rock among I as a bubble. At one point, he was one of the top musicians in the camp. Honorable Priest Lickle. And Priest Lickle lost part of his finger. And Priest Lickle was still among us, still in the tabernacles, in the drum, playing music and all of that. So, and this was universally known. We had another brother, who I would consider one of the greatest guard that I'm on come see. And I Priest Kenneth, you understand? And he was the man when they had them come see all of them great artwork on the arch and the gate and all those places. That was his works. That was his thing. He found his way to contribute to the monastery as a priest, being very productive and invaluable as a matter of fact, because without those aesthetics, we wouldn't get the vibes that we get. That whole thing is part of our cultural presentation. And I'm saying all that to say he was a valid member of our liberty. So was Honorable Keteliko. There was also a virgin that I'm on Sata. Sata is a man who come a yard, cripple up. Couldn't use one hand, couldn't use one foot. Them claim that whatever, however that happened. And I see the father take him under him wing, nurture him till when Sata leave camp, Sata was pushing cat and doing all kind of things. Saying he didn't become perfect, but he got back a lot of use out of him temple because of the instructions Jah told him to do and he followed it. What to drink, what to do, what kind of rub and what kind of exercise to do, whatever it is, Jah gave him a full regiment of treatment and he became much more mobile than when he came to us. But Jah never turned him away. Yeah, so as Mama Major said, over the years, especially in those early years, I saw people come with affliction. Yeah, brethren are coming at the tabernacle and from the service go up and it reach a level. He can't stop crying. Something in him get emotional and he can't stop crying. People go through the various things and come for the healing, is what I am saying. And if it's a healing fountain, if it's the balm of Gilead, if it's the healing fountain, how do we deny it from someone that really needs it? Are we judging accidents as indiscretions? You know, because I don't see how that becomes the duty of the priest, because the duty of the priest is to minister to the needs of the people. We are ministering angels. So, it is sometime, I get culture that has been handed down through time, and I hear enough man always saying Emmanuel say and what Emmanuel say. And there's many things that didn't come directly from the Father's mouth, that came from the interpretation of another angel within the liberty, but was not a mandate of King Emmanuel. Because when you look how that a move, you know, especially back in those days when he was the shepherd of the entire movement, you know, you had all kinds of afflicted people within the liberty. And Jah never shunned them, they gathered, you know. So we have to really look at our divine self, you know, our benevolent nature, seen as priests, and know what is principle and what is extremism. See, no one
Yeah.
must mount the goal if they are afflicted. No one must mount the goal if they are afflicted, whether it is a running issue, a open wound, a loss of a limb. That is different. That is totally different. See, holding the flag, holding the banner at the doors of the tabernacle. You can't have a one-hand man holding the banner or a one-foot man. Those are just natural things, you understand? But a visitor, a person who acknowledge that we have healing among us and come
Yes.
to get that healing as priest. Remember, just like the doctor, you know, the doctor made a note, you know, the priest is by a note. We are not by blood. We are not the Levite priest. We are by a note. And just like the doctor makes a note. His oath is what? To do no wrong, do no harm. That is the oath that the doctor swears, you know, to do no harm. What is the oath of the priest? You understand? And according to the scriptures, the man said, is to place the food within the children's reach. How do we place the food within the children's reach if we shun them, bar them when they are in need of the food and come for it? Blessed Lord.
To the chair, I just want to say,
Yes, Honorable Empress.
yeah, I just want to say, as we are speaking, there is a brother, I don't remember his name. If Daniel was on the program, he would remind me of his name. He came to the camp when he was young, when he could see out of his two eyes. Now, a couple of years gone, but he's blind. But he not stop come. And when he come a service. You understand? If it's not service, it's not coming, and him two eyes are blind. I've seen where up at the camp where healing powers strongly take out within the camp. I've seen where a sister come to the camp and him come in the camp, he could even walk, even though it's a priest reason. I don't want to say much, but I'm just reminding the family of the powers that people see that the Baba camp is carrying healing powers and want to come to for healing for their affliction. And I've seen where that happened in my eyes. We have a healer sister who came to the camp, through Jah, and Jah works and what Jah tell us to do. And when a month time she could go back to the camp, walking, and when she come through the door, she could not walk. I've seen a sister that come to the foundation by in an hour she dribble more than a bucket of water from our temple. And we had to work. So I see where the bubble camp, through Jah, manifest healing powers on brothers and sisters who need. And that's what the standard, that's what the priests them, the work of the priests. Yeah, to heal their brothers, to pray for them, you know, not to push them away because they have a limb that is gone, but to pray for them. You never know what God can do. He has the power to do everything. So when we take in our brothers to God and we pray for them to healing powers, they will. They will. Yes, that's what the priest them, standard of the priest them to do, man, is to heal the sick. Oh, that's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Blessed Lord, Honorable Empress. The floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
No questions, family?
All right, we're speaking of affliction. One of I and I prime affliction marks the way. Eh? In that one of I and I primary talk. Yes,
Nice,
my
brother.
lord. Sometimes affliction can be eye opener. Tell your mind you how you walk, or you could have did a walk careless. Cause if you lose your foot. You coulda say you use a saw and you know instead of you put your hand to the side of the saw and a gauge it, you put your hand in front of it and you take your eyes off of the ball and the next minute you saw off your hand. You understand? So affliction now can be an insight to show you how to move from how not to move also depending on the affliction where you get. But when I hear the word affliction, the saying just come back to my mind when I reach a camp. That was one of I used to hear that ring regular affliction mark the way. You understand?
True, my
You know? So we have to really look how the affliction come born with it. All right, it's like a man might have multiple sclerosis, Down syndrome, born with these things. He might be autistic. He might have Terrix. He might be a person, you know, if you have Terrix, they might shout out or twitch and he might come at the tabernacle, he might start twitch to him have Terrix. Are we to stop him from staying at the tabernacle because him have Terrix? You understand? Some affliction is hereditary, some natural. Someone you have learning difficulty. Remember, 5 principles in the creed, you know. Only native nourish. Age protected and the infants cared for. So remember, sick nourish. So therefore, when someone is usually afflicted, it's a sickness, yeah? Affliction is a form of sickness. So therefore, it said it's sick nourish. He is protected, you understand? The infants cared for. So these are the tenants. These 5 tenants, to me, is the hardest tenants where the priests have to observe. You understand? And under that umbrella, the afflicted have to get looked up, like I said, protected, nourished, and the infants cared for. So I want to really look at that, you know, my Lord and Empress. Bless you.
Through the chair, my Lord and Empress. Through the chair. Quick brief. Quick brief. Just a chair.
Priest Nappy.
Through the chair, my Lord and Empress. What we are saying, I'm hoping to learn.
1 second,
I'm
Honorable.
hoping to learn and understand and to correct him. But we want to get to the pinpoint. The pinpoint. Affliction mark the way. We all know that about affliction. We want to pinpoint about somebody lose them hand and somebody lose them foot if they're free to go in the tabernacle. If anyone ever see that one losing your foot.
Yes, I know.
Priest Nappy. Let's go in order. Confusing on the side. Remember that we are live streaming. Priest Nappy, then Priest and then Priest Radcliffe.
Greetings, Majesty. I don't know if we could have mute the mic so we don't get so much distortion, you know. Glorify the reasoning. I remember, as I say, when I come to the camp also, you know, that is always harder, you know. And I have seen, as the brethren them pointed out, 1 or 2 people that was afflicted that would come into the tabernacle, you know. And I always felt a sense of sympathy for them one day. That, you know, I don't like them to be ostracized either because of them impediment. Them can't go a certain place. I mean, I understand the altar to some degree. Mainly coming from, you know, the days when they used to do sacrifice, you know, the animals can be blemish, you know, not to be unblemished and then we there. Part of them sacrifices there, you know, tradition and manner come from. But through we are deal with flesh, you know what I mean? And as the man say, you know, she only touched the hem of his garment. And to his side, she was whole again. You know, see it? That means that they would have barred her from even come close to the man. But she have a sickness and she just come to the church and she get healed. Because you see the mental, that are your heavens, you know. You'll be surprised where hymns and singing and certain things can do to your mental. will help funnel right through your body and help as a healing source. My lad. So, it depends on the impediment and how it happen and all of that, because really, as I said, the altar is a place of really for teach, and there's a lot of brethren out there that is whole, and you may have brethren who have impediment and can teach better than him, but because of the other, I guess, maybe not on the altar, but maybe out in the fields differently that can go on, I guess. But as I say, it's not something I did feel. They always feel a little sympathy more than so for the ones and ones, because of them impediment, My lord.
Majesty, my lord. You speak from an emphatic point of view, my lord. You feel empathy when you see them. You don't look down at them and no scorn. You sympathize. You pray for them. Floor is open, my lord and majesty.
Prophet Jamaica.
Honorable Prophet Jamaica, my lord. Floor is yours.
Blessed love, one and all, we thank for listening. As a young prophet, moving through, it's a good listening part. I neither go through still, and I just want to say here in the Bahamas, I know we have a blind bubble, a prophet man who 20 years ago, he's a man used to move with people. He come to this order, and a few months back, they had a little story on the news about him because, they had this thing about this blind Bobo who traveled by himself to, come forward to Nassau because he's coming for celebration. And this a man who used to move with people guiding him. But who, from he come to this order and start taking on Emmanuel teachings and this order, he's a man moved free by himself, and I know a time gone, if you hear this man chant Psalms, everything, you'll think he could see. He have this Braille Bible. He on this order, and so his affliction, he rise above it. But he wouldn't go on the altar. He know the service. But through that, even though he had been born with that affliction, just through the Most High, and he was able to, he is able, because he's a man moving on right now and carrying through the ways of the Most High, So as a Bobo, it's good that even though he have his affliction, he has his place in the order, because he still carrying through, and I know even here, I know when it was a time when a priest have a gold teeth, and man them didn't want him to serve on the altar. Now that priest, and I'll say, that's Priest Blyden, and Empress Lily will tell you, Priest Blyden came off the altar and he never served on the altar again when the man them had a vibe with him having a gold teeth. They tell him, he can't serve, and he stepped forward from off the altar, and everyone knows Priest Blyden carried through his works as a Bobo Shanty and as a lead priest in Freeport, in Nassau, I night them at the EABIC grounds in Nassau, or try a trade. But as a priest, he saw and he had the understanding of what the man them reasoning was. And him with himself come off the altar, and I never know priest to go forward on the altar again after that reasoning. So that's why I say, this reasoning here, this even clear that up. From time gone that I had a, mindset on, what it is. So, that's why I glorify this reasoning today. So blessed love one and all.
So, Honorable Prophet Jamaica, the brethren who have a Braille Bible, the brethren who have a Braille Bible, he does read Psalms, in Psalms reading?
Yeah, yes he do. Yes he do.
Okay.
And if he go to he go to roll call, everything, so he is.
Right.
sweetest
That's
chant
great,
you ever hear from this man, you know.
that's great,
But
brethren. That's
you know,
great. Him said the blind shall see, you know. So give thanks.
Who's next in line? Who is next in line?
I think what we got first.
To the chair, I have a question.
Who was next in line, Empress? Who was next in line? Because Priest Radcliffe them been waiting for a minute.
I guess it would be Priest Radcliffe, and then when he's finished, I have a question based on a conversation with a priest.
Okay. Priest Radcliffe.
And I think Priest Radcliffe having technical issues in his end.
Okay, okay. Well, why did I ask the question then?
One of the questions, or one priest said, if there is no, I want to say the correct word, there is no altar, or there's no standard tabernacle and or altar, could that priest call a one to, I don't know if it would be minister or and minister be how do I say this? If there's no standard altar or tabernacle, can a priest call on ones who have these limbs or deformities to minister with him?
Well, from my point of view, from your rise at with that altar right there, if it is my table, just the concept of what's going on, they transfer any place into a holy place. So the thing will be still applied. Now outside you could call a leading prophet to be up with you and minister with you and as he's a priest in training. But call a one who limb is missing because it's not in a building tabernacle and it's a table. I would say the thing, the guidelines still apply. That's when we call reverence, wherever we is there, that's a tabernacle, that's the altar. My Lord and Empress. But the
To
thing.
the chair, my Lord and Empress. I just want to get one clarity or free the floor, my
Come
Lord.
on, your time now. Your time now anyway, my lad. It's your time. You're in the lineup and
Yes,
this is
my
your
Lord
time.
and Empress. With the understanding on what we reason about as priests and our moral ethic, my Lord, we conscious and positive what we're saying, and we still stand for corrected. We know about all the affliction and all the this and all the that. The pink point which I would love to ask, even the senior elders, when Jah was seated up, do a man ever go in the tabernacle or a woman will lose a hand, a limb, a hand or a foot of them go in the tabernacle, if that is okay, my Lord. In my time, I never see that. And I learn of that. Don't go through, my just that want to get clear. A man could come cripple, said lose hand, lose foot, go up to Jah up at the palace, whatever, get healing, whatever. But in the tabernacle specific, we're talking about, my Lord and Empress.
they said, my Lord.
Like we hear the answer upon that.
Yeah, my
the priest asked a question.
Yeah, my lad, that is a question where the priest asks, and I man, it's the same question I man go fi ask, but because we depend on a pink pint thing, my lad, whether a man ever see a 1 foot man or a 1 foot woman or a one hand woman go in at the tabernacle, not even for minister, if a man ever see that in Jah time or in this present time, because Vera Empress say, my lad, Vera Empress say, she go a camp regular and she see certain thing. Me want ask she this question too. If she ever, from the time she go a camp, whether it's in King Emmanuel time or in this time, if she ever see a brethren with a one hand or a woman with a one hand or a 1 foot go in at the tabernacle. This is a question, my lord, because I man never see this, and I man personally think up with the Elias man them. I man sit up with the elders priest them in the camp. King man with elder them come. He's a youth, as a young man, me love the elder them because the father say at them him bestow certain thing pan, we bestow upon I as young man. The elder know the way and the young man follow. So me sit up with some of the elders man them in the Congress, my lord. I will never hear of this or see of this one. So this question we need to get the answer, my lord.
So open my Lord and Empress. Please them ask a question, my Lord.
No one willing to challenge the question?
My lord, the ear of brethren say, the ear of brethren say, when him was at the camp, a brethren come up to King Emmanuel, cripple, and cripple up and thing, and give him some medicine, bush, and tell him what to do. And that is a different thing, because that within the camp, I see all different type of abridging, if affliction, man. A man come there with him, made a race up, the priest them give him some sea time and get him back now, man. Me never seen a man humble so after the man drink the sea time. A empress come there, a principal, me never forget a empress from one of them high school. She's a principal. She's a principal. She come and she couldn't have youth. And a priest Harold, me remember this priest make up 7 different bush and give her. And 3 months time, my lord, the empress come back in the camp, come bless the priest. I see them thing. So there is different application. So the question now, we need the answer from the question.
Yeah, we know all about the different affliction, but we want to get the pinpoint one. The pinpoint one. The 1 foot man or the 1 foot woman or the yeah. Please, we just want to get this and that from them.
Yes, now. I them ask the question. Let us get a chance to be answered. They repeat the same thing. We understand the question. So we ask the other panel to answer to that, my lord.
Sure, my lord. We humble just want to hear the answer, my lord. We will humble now. We cease now from that. We cease.
To the chair.
Go ahead, please, Alana.
I think I hear the Empress clear that up and say that people come with affliction and she see them in the church. That's why I think I don't know if it was the Honorable Empress Maisie.
My lord, not affliction. A one-hand man and a one.
Yeah, I understand.
And a one woman. We're not about affliction, Bobo. We are talking about a one-hand man and a one-hand woman. If a man ever see that in that time, affliction means different thing, Bobo.
My lord, we hear the question. Okay, so let our one answer. Please, Adigan.
No, I in my time I never see that, right? But I see man we can't walk. Come in there I think I was Prophet Charles. He can't walk none at all. And people have to assist him for coming at the tabernacle, but he going at the tabernacle. Right? But as for people with no limb,
my lord, since none of us, okay, since none of us,
I couldn't answer that still. I hear what's that, man? There's only per background. Yeah. Yeah, I hear Empress Miriam did say she see one come, but she never mentioned if anyone did come with a 1 foot or 1 arm. As the brethren them asked the question, they want to know if anyone come at the tabernacle who don't have who don't have an arm or lose not affliction. So if the person ever come at tabernacle with limbs missing, that's the clarity. Bless them.
Miriam, go ahead. Yes, beloved, thanks again. I have seen ones and ones come to the tabernacle with, one time I've seen this brother come to the tabernacle with a short hand. He never lose all of his hand, but he never have two full hand, right? Something wrong with one of his hand. And he was in the tabernacle. I have seen brothers come in wheelchair to the foundation, and he wasn't definitely into the tabernacle, but they were outside service, and he attend the service, right? So for say to answer the brothers them question, I never really see a 1 foot man into the tabernacle, if I could recall. But I've seen brother with one eye, both eye are gone into the tabernacle. And as I said before, I see sisters come, could not walk, but healing, get healing. And when they were going back, they could walk. So those are my experience that I have. So I hope I answered the brother's question, you know?
Please, Aswan, hand is up. Quiet, please, Aswan.
I want to be very short. I know everything is understanding. I know a lot of healers and a lot of people do good for I and leaders and teachers, and some of them have affliction. And the greatest thing I ever hear about is, you know, that a goodie, a corpse, was in the tabernacle. So that is with understanding, so it's understanding with everything we do. King Emmanuel lay, you know, in the tabernacle. So I don't want to elaborate on that too much lively, you know that way, but we must know understanding is a lot of things we have to reason and break down for the empathy and for the reality of today, tomorrow, and the things we fear yesterday is different today, my Lord and Master.
My Lord, I have a question I want to ask. Did any one of us, including the brethren, them, Priest Radcliffe and the brethren, Priest Karen, I think, did anyone see a 1 foot man or a 1 hand man stand away from going into the tabernacle? My Lord, next question. Anyone see that, please, Lion Cliff? Anyone see that turn away a man with a 1 foot or a 1 hand?
In my opinion, as long as them can, even if it's one limb of them can move them to the tabernacle, and them can sit on one of the throne them in the congregation throne, I think all should be welcome, you know, to the service of God. As long as them limbs what them lose don't incapacitate them to the level where them can't move, them should be welcome to the service. That's I'm an opinion still. And like Priest Savannah
to the chair
spoke earlier, him say, a lot of people say, King Emmanuel say, and yet it's not King Emmanuel mandate. Elders, yes. One can sit up with many elders and respect the elders who them sit up with, but enough of them still dogmatic too. So we have to be careful when we say King Emmanuel set a order, and usually some man set feed them order and say a King Emmanuel. So we have to be careful with that, you know? Yeah, we have to be careful with that, you know? So, yeah. Otherwise, myself, if I'm on compound crutches or whatever, and in my elbow, because you know what, when me I hear this reading, you know what's sticking on my head? Right? 66. When His Majesty come to Jamaica and them show you the last wing when him leave out of Jamaica, and him last stop was Mobile. And there was a brother with 1 foot running out. That's how determined this man wanted to see the Majesty. And him get close enough. And His Majesty didn't turn him. You understand what I'm saying? His Majesty opened clinics to take care of these people. So what are we really saying? What are we really saying?
All right, you understand that, Empress Maisie? So we
I
want
just
to
want to
get
say, I just
before.
want, thanks, Chair. I just want to say to the question you asked, I never see that I turn back no, whether you have 1 foot, 3 foot, or 2 foot. John not turn back none of his children them. You understand? You always welcome. Come have a place to each and every one. I don't know about now because truly things change, right? Right now within the order. I don't know about now. I cannot speak for now, but I can speak for when Dada was there. He not turn back anybody, you. He welcome everyone. Thank you.
To the chair again, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest, 1 minute. Me ask that question to balance it to show you, say, at the end of the day, are we have to make the call. Because none of we not see him coming in with a 1 foot or 1 hand. We never saw it. But we also never saw in a 1 foot or a 1 hand. So it's up to us now because life is a thing now. You don't need to see it as much as how you can see it today. It has more people in the world. So you tend to have all kind of different situations. This is why this reason is coming up. And I repeat that question.
Yes, my lord. The question was simple, which we asked, because we all know, say, if from Jah in us, I and I don't turn back nobody. We accept and deal with, me sing a song where say we deal with the poor and have not. We deal with from earth come up. However, the song, but what we are saying, we ask the question, do anyone ever see someone with missing a hand, a limb, a foot, go in the tabernacle? You see what I mean? So we don't want to get it twisted or get it wrong.
Priest, you stay on. You stay on finger. All right, even if his finger dead.
Priest, through the chair, my lord. Through the chair. We say the question no answer. So we now go buckle each other like they pan no buckling. So my lord, when me understand, Bobo, no man never see that, Bobo, and this is a reality. We not talk about, this is not about turn back in and we turn back no one aja. No, and none of that. Jah accept all his children, Bobo. Jah accept all his children. It's none about that, because if a man can't tell how much people Jah welcome, how much this and that. But this is just a reality. No man never see that, my lord. It's just a reality. You understand me?
See, neither way. No man never see a 1 foot man come up at the camp. No man never sees that turn him away. So none of us can see that. So all of us is coming out of the heaven. So none of us can see that. Man get cursed to say a 1 foot or 1 hand man can't come in the shower. That man get that kind of culture. But none of us never saw that before, one way or the other. So that means to say now, it's left up to us to make that full understanding and don't have it like a vague, because none of we see one way or the other. And Priest Isaac, welcome. This time, man. Yes, I do. Flow, okay, my lord. Priest Isaac, I don't know if it's on. The question was asked if anyone ever saw 1 foot or 1 hand man come in the tabernacle, because we were saying a man with a loss of a limb is not cannot minister on the goal. But some of us are saying he certainly needs to come in and praise God. Some of us are saying that he shouldn't. So the question was asked if any of us ever saw that. And we get to understand nobody never said that. I asked a counter question. Has anyone saw that turn back a man with a 1 hand and a 1 foot? And the same response, we didn't see it. So now we can see it. So we have to work from there. Please, Isaac, freedom. Mr. Unmute your mic, my lord.
Unless you want to go and listen little more, maybe him just come in and not get him bearings together.
Yeah. So it's all open.
Chair.
Empress
I'm on humanity. Humanity in I and the God in our eye. Yeah? I just said it. If the 1 foot man or the 1 arm man, all right, then I want to say if anyone see it, then a limb, all right, then Jolly to get one of them finger them lick off. I see that. I see it, and I see him go around the music in the tabernacle, and that is a limb missing. It might not be an arm, it might not be a foot, but it's one of them limb I miss. Him have a chop off finger. And please, Havana just declare it. And this is something where we well and know. You understand? And Jah let him permit him and other priests to, all right then. He said the altar. Me see a man upon the altar with him and gashi. From Greater in, we not go call him name, but from Greater, and he went on the altar and it wasn't a running issue. And I was requiring, how come in upon the altar and one says, yeah, it choppy, but it's not running, so him get a freedom. But it was cut. It was an open womb, but it wasn't running. You understand? And me was on the altar ministering too, and me sit inside of him, and it's not like it disturbed me, but look at to how it looks, so it look raw still, even though it not bleed. It not disturb me, but it draw me attention, cause me I think about them all to talk about afflictions and pollution and man chop up away, and but he was on the altar, and me never see the leading priest or anyone tell him to come off the altar night. You know?
To the chair.
Different
To the chair. Yes, my lord. I just want to share something with the family. Sorry that the honorable priest Knuckles is not here and could attest to this too. Back in our time, back in the early days of Bobo Hill, when Bobo Hill was just being established, and I was there. Now, I see evening service to go up on Sabbath, and no one to carry it up. When Justin asked for the priest them that was on the list that's supposed to minister in the evening service, him get a word that several of the man them unavailable to minister. And when him inquire why, but in those days we call it shoot the bishop. So the man them did shoot the bishop, which is a running issue. That excuse has been thrown at Jah several times when service either go up late, no man not there to carry it up or whatever. That day there, just send the word to the man them say, here what I do. Oh, no go fresh and go a service. Now I am giving a testimonial that I was there. This is not something I hear second and third hand. Just send go tell the man them to fresh and go a service. We have this thing about absoluteness in how we deal with one another, Rasta. We use even principles in our way that is very weaponized. You know, not in a benevolent way. Everything that we do as priests supposed to have a benevolence to it, Rasta. That is how them know the disciples of Christ. You know, we have a love, a certain love that the world don't have. See? And sometimes when I hear our conversations, I have to really wonder if it's true. Do we really harness that love that the man teach with? That unconditional love. You're the chance, you know, you're the chance. The man say, the man accept I and I when we come to him with all manner of infirmities. Now, if the tabernacle is the healing source, is the fountain of healing, so what are we ministering in the tabernacle? Who are we ministering to? Just the well? The man say him come for the sick, you know. Him never come for the well. Him train in a house of priests to go and minister to the world of people, infirmities and their spiritual needs. Then we need to go back to the drawing board and learn what the priesthood order is truly about. Now, I am not speaking just in regards to this one topic because I have no main I'm drawing no main conclusion on this topic. This is an open discussion that we as a house of priests need to sort out and come to a consensus on. But just in the nature sometime of how we discuss things and how we look at principles, we look at, scriptures, laws, sundry laws from the Bible, you know, they I see the Father have the right to modify what needs to be modified in the moment when it needs to be modified. See, just like how the Father sent come call I, as everyone have heard the story and know. See, Honorable Priest Turks right here in Ghana can tell the story. The man sent come call I at 11 o'clock Sabbath morning and tell I say him want I to go downtown Jamaica, downtown Kingston to the Seabed Authority to go take in a meeting and bring back a report to him. When him send come call I in the middle of the Sabbath day, I check say I test him a test to see if I have a pollute I Sabbath how I meditation is. So I go forward to I brother and I say, Honorable Priest Turks, the man I test I Rasta because I just send come call I and ask I to go a town, but and Priest Turks laugh and say, my lad, Seabed Authority is who control Admiralty law and maritime law. And that is the process by which we were brought into slavery and the process by which we shall gain free waterway. So the man want to know what is being discussed at this NEPAD meeting so him can know how to pen him letter and send to them and so forth and so on. How to, direct his agitation. But me, in my religiousness and my extremism, thinking say is a test I and not a reality mission him a send I upon. And lo and behold, it was a reality mission. Now I would have been an idiot now and go defy the man in my religiosity to say I now pollute my Sabbath, I now go. See, so what I am saying is understanding run things and circumstances might need a certain application in the moment. See, so these absolute ways in which we weaponize principles and use them is not the way that Jah was teaching me, my lord. He was teaching us wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and to use that in applying all that we need to apply. There's going to be times when we need to be rigid and stiff because of the circumstances. And there's going to be times where we need to be empathetic and compassionate towards the circumstance. Blessed Lord.
Through the chair,
My lord.
Priest Brown here.
Honorable Priest Brown, my lord, majesty.
Oh, give thanks to the royals. Gathering of saints. Powerful reasoning going through. My input is Dada did not come with anything new. All of the principles are written within the books of Leviticus and Deuteronomy. I was searching for it, but I couldn't come up with things up to now. But even among the sons of Levi, the basic principle, there were sons that had certain afflictions. I think it is written that they were not allowed to partake within certain things. So the ministering of the altar is a very significant, more significant principles than even the congregation. Now, concerning to the stock question of the person with the 1 hand and 1 foot, we are running through my memory. There was some, I would know said that person would fall in the category. Remember, so we have the holiest of holiest. I think that would hamper a person with a 1 hand, the basic then, a person with 1 hand and 1 foot. With a 1 foot, you might have a problem with the whole binging, rocking, chanting. 1 hand is an implication with clapping. So I wouldn't take it, I would see that we say, the brother said before, let us not take it as a disregard, but let's just look at the reality of things. Give thanks. Blessed love.
My love. Majesty.
Yeah, give thanks, Honorable Priest Brown. I mean, intelligent to put, no matter whether it is of your statement.
I think Priest Paul may want to say something, and then Priest Oswald, Priest Paul, Priest Oswald, and then Priest Jermaine. Because of myself.
Yeah, give thanks, Honorable Priest Brown. I mean,
Paul,
love.
Blessed love.
Honorable Priest, the floor is yours. Honorable Priest Baristo.
My Lord. Said unto my Lord, sit thou at thy right hand until thou makest thine enemies thy footstool, you know. The Lord shall send the rod of his strength out of Zion, rule thou in the midst of thy people, you know. For thy people shall be willing in the day of thy power in the beauty of holiness, you know. Yes, give thanks. Me just sit here, just listening, the mindsets them, you know. Yeah, if you see the maturity and the unmaturity stage of the whole thing, you know. Yes, you know, sometimes the reason me not have no ethics in it still. It just sound like we disregard or we express ourselves. We not have no, you know, care for humanity or certain fullness. Yeah, we know we're mature now and we know, you know, them tell you have the Old Testament and the New Testament, and Christ come as a display for sure the rigidness of the Old Testament to the New Testament. You know, if I and I really, I say, well, as Bible scholars and as priests, you know, because we must remember that there was a man that had a affliction, and every time him go for going out the water, people or shan him, you know. And Christ came on the scene and he must say, boy, when him see him, and he must say, Hosanna in the highest, like, you know. And he must say, well, so long me do out here, every time me really go to the water, it's like everyone push him away, you know. And it's like the compassionate mercy where Christ show forward to the disabled, that the man could have really, or the woman could have really go in at the pool and wash herself and become whole. Now, within an understanding, where I and I function in the mountain, the tabernacle is like the pool, you know, where one come to really cleanse themselves and even make themselves whole. So for we are debate about this, the disabled and the one this and the one that, to me it sound away. Rastafari, as priest and priest, that sound away. You know, yes, it is good where I could have reason still of one's infirmities, but for really I elaborate it in another way there. Yeah, it's on a way. You know? Yeah, it's like the mind them the mature. I remember after Gilbert, there was some brethren we come from Firehouse, you know, we come at the camp. And there was a one-hand brethren in the midst of the group we come, you know, where them spend a little time in the camp, you know, where even the brethren, him went to the tabernacle, you know, so to me for hear the reasoning, yeah, to me don't know, he's a man where me like things where we can edify me or really more and grow. Me know in the priesthood order for really say, well then for really take it as a like, as me say, like leading priest or what. We must use understanding, as Jah always I say, let understanding be our guide. In our destiny, and even His Majesty say too, we must display more maturity of understanding that ones not have nothing for really even speak about us, but listening to the reasoning tonight, and it's like no compassion, no humility, no inner the expression about the disabled. Even His Majesty set up even school. Him say if the able can help the disabled or whatever. And how we a debate around that as priests and priests when we should have met the whole, we should have met the lame become whole. Come on, in Ninja Rasta. Me can't, the phone cut off, but it's like my spirit still a linger in night because I man remember that incident after Gilbert. Some brethren came
man. You bring it back, yeah, man. You
firehouse.
bring it back to remembrance. Yeah, man. It's true, you talk, man. Go to my lord.
Came from firehouse. No one at talk about them, the monks, the priests, and rare. That's what I say. It's like we use the priests and make in ninja. Me not really want to talk much still, but like it linger in my man eye still for really say something still because the phone go down still, but me still make an effort for really come forward, for really make that declaration, Yeah, as priests and priests, me no know. I don't know the, singing is something where heal me. I come a camp with a affliction. And at the tabernacle, Eli, man, singing and chanting and works. It wasn't just talk. It was singing and at the tabernacle and works. Go up stick bush, go all boat, wood bush. So when we talk about the disabled or what, to me, yeah, we shouldn't even prolong it, my lord, as priests and priests. Because when you're looking at the world and look at even the different denomination of church, them entertain these things, my lord. So we speak in an advisely with our tongue against the disabled, my lord. Like we have no human feelings about, Me say, remember, see a man came there, but them never tarry. Remember the brethren, one of the brethren, when him came to the food house, we can't meet a minister in the food house at the time, and him get him liquor food. It's like him go around at the corner of the food house and say if I that him, and show it where. And after that, the man them left the camp, my lord. But I remember that distinctly. This brethren from firehouse who came to the camp and even came to the tabernacle even for Sabbath for observe him Sabbath, my lord. So whether him can clap with him too and whatever, it is a place of refuge where him for come, where it's like Siloam, the pool, where him come for wash himself. To gain some kind of understanding in himself. We don't know how him lose it or whatever. But it's an affliction, it's an infirmities. But Jah never shun him out of the tabernacle. And them end up leave. Them end up leave the hill for reasons me don't know, but maybe for them reasons, them leave. You know what I mean? So for we are debate around them things, my lord. We give thanks to the maturity minds them still, Yeah, we really could have still balance the thing still. But for entertain them reasoning them, my lord. And
My lord, Honorable Priest Bariso, you come with healing balm. The man asked a question and it went round and round and round and round. And the I come with healing balm. Yes, you did see a brethren with a limb went in the tabernacle. So the question is
yes, my
answered.
lord, a disabled brethren from firehouse.
True thing,
Yes,
no man. My lord, it's true thing. The honorable priest is talking and bring back the thing to remembrance because I was there. We built back the tabernacle after Gilbert.
Yeah,
We
and
did
we
them.
build the tabernacle after
Yeah, so me did there. So
when
I true thing the
Jah
priest
said,
attack.
for Christmas, we fi set up a little thing in the yard and a 7 away build forward the tabernacle, my lord. I remember there was even some brethren also from Clarendon, a bus load, a coaster bus, with a priest, with a brethren named Franklin, when him getting priesthood after a while.
Yeah. And
And
Shorty
all of
priest,
them
and
gone the
Shorty
same
priest
way.
and them.
So my lord and empress, you see how the spirit of God is moving through, because the spirit of God is the spirit of truth, my lord. So we are progressing. As I said, the silliest question is the one you don't ask.
Through the chair,
My
my
lord,
lord.
I man, they are I listen from a time, you know, as me say, no, what life has start me, you know, is so I take heed unto my ways, you know, and me listen, you know, and where I'm on a year still, yes, like, but it's like the phone cut off and it's still a playing in my iris still, so me say me come forward for really, which, you know, but to me, as mature and senior priest in the thing to my lord, yeah, if we know, if we have, me no know, my, and I know want to talk certain way, Rasta. You know?
We have a little understanding with each other. Sometimes
Through the
we
chair,
don't
my lord.
know.
Through the chair, my lord.
The right thing.
Yeah. What?
Through the chair.
One minute.
There's one lined up to come on. Who is next? Royal Tech. I come back the order so no one can disenfranchise.
Through the chair.
Priest Aswad, and then Priest
No, Priest Jermaine. Where was Priest Jermaine? Priest Jermaine was somewhere in there.
My lord,
Yeah.
yes.
Sorry about
I
that,
did.
Priest Jermaine. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I just let's say love my Lord and Empress, give thanks to him for that another blessed day of reasoning. Give thanks to him for the topics going through. I just wanna highlight what Priest Barisa Babo say. That's exactly what I'm on, the sentiments and the feeling that I'm on, you know.
Rastafari.
Yeah, you know. And I just want to remind ones of the conduct. You understand? Because remember, we're on a live program and the world is listening. This is not a program where, you know, where we just amongst ourselves. So that's why I wants to keep that in mind. You understand? And picture yourself in a studio broadcasting to the world when you're about to speak. My Lord and Empress.
Thanks, Honorable Priest Jermaine, for that.
Through the chair, my lord. Through the chair.
1 second, 1 second. Priest Aswad.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. I want to be short, you know. You see, all this reasoning what we're talking about, what we lack is understanding. So things have to change. In life, yeah, there's a creation, but everything evolves. When things evolve, you have to modify things. So I think I'm taking it to the next level. I don't want to go too far and too long. I think this point we are talking about, how are we going to deal with when somebody is passed away and we have to use our tabernacles to send them home? How are we going to make that come to pass? Because that went to the tabernacle. So all these little things we're talking about is very important. So we reach a time in our evolution that we must consider. I think when we have our tabernacle a little distance away, we should have a burial ground too.
Rastafari.
Majesty.
Because
That's
our
a correct.
government, let me finish what I'm saying, please. Because I'm working and jumping on. Right? I just want to say this, right? Hold your thought. I just want to say we have to have understanding and stop sticking on some point and running around the same point. It was seen an individual moving through. People hide things that we don't even know, and we have to come up with how are we going to deal with the people who passed away. Because we deal with tabernacle and we deal with affection. This is a time where we must change things. Change is a permanent situation. My Lord and Empress.
Change is constant. Give thanks. Priest Anigan.
Correction, priest Edward. That a good in never go through the tabernacle. Just for clear up that I was there, never got through the tabernacle. It was outside. Everything was done. But my Lord, give thanks, Barris. that presentation there. When you mentioned the pool, it brings me back. What do we call King Emmanuel, the Lord of the Sabbath, isn't it? All of the items know the story of the man with the withered hand in it. I know the scribe and Pharisees gathered around and saying, because them hear about this, the one I know this man, I heal the cripple and the whole of them. Remember, when the cripple man there, and he go to the man, he start reason with himself, because he hear him a bicker. And him start reasoning himself, is it good to do good on the Sabbath day? And him say yes. And him tell the man, stretch out him hand. And the man heal, and him tell, and the man exalt, and him tell him, say, him faith make him heal, and it's the same thing with the cripple man. Cripple for years, go by the pool. And like the priest said, once I run the man till the man tell him, Jesus just look upon the man and tell him, rise, get up and walk. And the man walk. Right? So, if we say we are dealing with Christ then, and I understand, right, if we say we are dealing with Christ, right, and him do that, because remember, the scribe and Pharisees, you know, some of we, you know, we burn out scribe and Pharisees, and we burn out Pope, and we burn out this, you know, and yet some of the time we find ourselves a move all the way are born, right? So, as far as I'm concerned, right, if we're saying King Emmanuel is of the Bible, I'm at the Christ from whichever, the Christ of 2000. I don't even see King Emmanuel as the Christ of the Bible. I see him as the Christ of the time and the entity he came into, using some of the principles of the Bible. But I don't see him as the Jesus Christ or the Yeshua of the Bible. No, I don't. I see him as a Christ in his own entity, in the Christ of our time. Yeah, as I remember, Priest Havana even put it that way in his book, The Philosophy and Opinions of the High Priest. He's the Christ of his time, the 20th century Christ. He's not that man literally from Nazareth 2,000 years ago or whenever. I mean, no, say more. I don't know why I'm even saying 2,000 years ago. That's one of the biggest foolish rhetoric I always hear out there, because me know say thousands of years since this man said to be crucified. So the primary example is Christ himself. And if you say King Emmanuel is the Christ, right? And you deal with the Bible, deal with his example. And when the cripple and the layman and all of these people come to him and couldn't walk, him healed them. The blind man come to him, right? And him get clay. And him use him, them saying get him saliva and spit upon the clay and rub it in the man's eyes and give back the man him sight. You understand? Even if that's symbolic, but it assure you said this man was ever willing to heal the cripple and the afflicted. You understand? So like the brethren said, it come back away. If say we are going to discriminate against the disabled. And that is my point. Blessed Lord.
Through the chair, my lord. Through the chair. Blessed love.
Blessed love.
Blessed love, honor, my lord. Yeah, we just asked the question, you know. And yeah, is a elder council and a reason we are reason amongst ourselves, because the man said, reason is better than preaching, my lord. So I understand the man say if you use. You understand me? So
yes,
we ask a question and we see the floor go silence for a little while. And man come and say this and man come say that. So now the honorable priest come up and say, yeah, him see a thing like that. So a man come up and speak normal, a man just speak normal, my lord, because a reason we are reason. You understand me? And a question asked. So it no need for a man feel no way and I say it not necessary and we not feel blag up on Ray and Ray because I understanding, my lord. So it's not about like we not have feelings for a man we not have two and a man we not have feelings and no. It's a question asked. And when we ask the question, the floor go silence for a while. And now me hear a virgin and say no, him remember a them Billy Tabernacle and things. So would I look And when certain thing happen, I don't know one man alone see that, because me know say it must be a priest that carry the service. Because the priest say the man come and the man go observe service. Go observe him service in the tabernacle, whether him can clap or not. You understand me? So me I say it must be a priest who that carry the service there. And the man who know about that. So this is a history where the priest say him see. Because as a youth, we never hear or see nothing like this. So we now go say the priest no see what him see. You understand? Because the man say from firehouse, the virgin them come there. And Ray and the virgin them move after a time. So me I say no, the priest come give him answer. So me I say no, the virgin who say him build the tabernacle, oh him never recall them thing they know. Is when the next man come and say him see that the virgin has said, we not like we are like no man thing or no man feel no way no car. And we ask the question and the man come up. But when the priest have to understand and know, say a reason we are reason. And it's a topic and it's an important topic.
We are reason, but we can't reason more unify, my lad. We can't express ourselves a bit more
Honorable priest,
unify, man.
honorable priest, I pray thee, priest.
Yeah, where we are
I pray
talk,
thee,
my
priest.
lad. We are
I
here,
pray thee,
right now, so me not really
honorable
want to come in
priest,
a them
I pray
kind of them
honorable
debate,
priest,
in a them
Paul,
kind of
honorable priest, Paul, you just make the chair do the thing, and then, just like how you don't reply, we are not here quarreling, my lord, please.
Yeah, we not
Honorable.
quarrel. We are express ourselves still, my lad. We allow the floor and
Yeah,
make
but you
one
move
talk,
to the
my
chair.
lad. This is what me a talk about
You move
amongst
to the
we.
chair.
Yeah.
My lad. My lad. You
We
move
make one to express themselves. So when me I express myself, no, yeah, will not say to me no. Yeah? Me I say we
my
must
lad.
express ourselves in a more unified way as priests.
My
Me
lad.
not say
My
nothing
lad.
more. We are debate about
To
a
the
man
chair,
lose him honor or
honorable.
him lose him foot. What we are debate about. We don't know
Honorable,
how that come about.
my lord, honorable, my
Yeah.
lord. We don't want to get into that. We asked the man asked a question, you came up with the answer, and that's it, my lord. And we moving
Me now
on.
come back
If
for
you
the
finish,
program, Rasta. Yeah, because me know a little gimmicks thing. Me know a little gimmicks thing,
my
Rasta.
lord, this about the
You know what I
this
mean?
about the fifth time you come on and say that, my lord. Keep that. If you feel that way, they will don't come. We appreciate
No, me
it when
now
you
come
come, but don't
forward,
leave
man.
out
Back
in
off.
different. My
Yeah,
lord,
because me
blessed
don't
love.
know
And
we
I
are
have a
entertaining. Me don't know
Chair, Priest Abby,
where
to
we
the
are
chair,
debate about.
to the chair.
Eh?
honorable,
Chair.
Majesty bless. Go ahead and Patricia.
My lord and my lord, give thanks. Honorable Priest Earl,
Indeed.
give thanks, give thanks.
Israel family, one perfect love. Well, just to come a little late, I was just listening to catch up, But when you're reasoning the tabernacle, as the honorable priest Rasavana was declaring about the priest them that the bishop, that is the altar, that is not the congregation, right? So the altar directly carry a different principle from the congregation, right? Yes. So as you hear the priest say, and this is biblically, because I think the priest Brown was speaking of Leviticus 21, because if you're going to talk about a priest reasoning, this is the book that we normally read. I am one of the priests who continue the harder when his mother, our father, the transcend. You see it? So this was the book. So the book guide us. You see it? If we take the halter, it's not about the congregation now. So, a witness individual coming at the tabernacle, even the individual from Waterhouse, I was there, right? So the tabernacle and the halters are just a different case there. I wanna come now, I'm coming at the tabernacle. I'm not free. But when you're talking about the halter now, it's a different case you're talking about. So I think say the honorable priest would declare about the free and the unfree and thing like that. So yes, I to come in late. I didn't want to say much. I just want to listen, But we must learn to reason. You see, and don't come and quarrel, and it is going good. So normally when you finish talk and I want saying something, leave it to the chair again. This is all the priest and reason, my Lord and Empress. One perfect love.
To the chair, my lord. To the
Blessed
chair, me
love,
never
royal
see.
family.
Thank you,
Blessed.
Honorable Priest Earl.
Well, I'm ready. Well,
Hold on.
Artist. My,
to the chair.
yeah, them I hear me?
Honorable- Yes, Priest Andy.
Yeah, all right. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Earl, for the clearance, my lord. The man say, I so God move, you know. You know, see. So the item priest Radcliffe, the item get a reinforcement. Because that's how priest dog is a dry memory that him now remember it. Now we get another reinforcement, my lord. So we have figure
So
say we can
so,
leave that alone. Move
yes,
forward.
Hold on,
Honorable
one
priest.
second, my lord. 1 second, please. One second, honorable priest. 1 second. Just to respond to what the brethren said, in the sense that I remember that after the priest, I there about my head trying to remember, and the priest come with the full clarity of what went on, could call even the name of where the group of brethren come from and how them even come to be in camp to establish the fact, the detail to show you that it did happen. See? And why I say I was one of the ones that was working on the tabernacle, that was part of the tabernacle crew. See, so that is how I remember the fullness. See, that's the only reference point that I have that I can reflect on where a direct person with a missing limb was in our midst in that way. Apart from that, missing finger, crippled hand, half a hand, all of that, we have seen that in the tabernacle. Blessed.
Blessed, yes, my Lord. I understand, you know. But what I want to clear up, my Lord and Empress, you know, as we say, we are priests and priests, and we are a member of the righteous government, you know. So what I want to say, we don't want no one to take it and make it look like quarreling or we are express with self outrageous
Yeah.
or nothing like that, you know, and take offense because it's an important thing we ask, you know, and we reason on, you know, my Lord and Empress, you know. So if somebody did see someone go in the tabernacle like that and them say, yes, we're good.
natural.
You know, it's simple. I don't, but to always see sometime ones come up and express, even though them talking about
It's like
moral
advice,
and
my
thing,
lord.
it's like you're licking down. So, cause we all have feelings, you know, and we all is Emmanuel in flesh, you know. And like you're chewing a
Priest
word
Radcliffe.
and licking down what.
Priest Radcliffe. It takes two. One hand can't clap. Leave it alone. You know, say your heart was indicted in a good matter. Yeah, them ask a question. You didn't hear we look on it no way. We listen. None of us didn't see it, and we hush. And just send a one in the midst, and then send a next one. So we give thanks to the question, my lad, and we have it more clearer, all of us. So that we don't even worry about the little other thing. We're moving forward. One good week.
Priest
My
Nappy.
lord, bless.
Priest Nappy.
Okay.
Yes, greetings, family. I just wanna put in the notion that we move forward. You know, I think we have exhausted enough time on that small issue.
Who
We
are
can.
God?
So
We
I
done
just
to the politics. We see say politics in a God thing, straight up.
My lord,
Yeah,
my
we
lord, you
done.
see, my lord, King Emmanuel is a man where King Emmanuel not deal with
Honorable
friend thing, you know. The item for know
Messiah,
that the headline. King Emmanuel not deal with friend thing and
Fireball.
partiality, you know. God are God, and we are God in flesh, and man are God in flesh, my lord. So when we approach each other, we have to approach each other like a human we are dealing with, Bobo. Because we are human being, Bobo.
Majesty.
We have feelings, all
The
we have
honorable,
feelings, my
my
lord.
lord. My
My
lord, the
lord.
honorable chair just give the item. Hold on, priest. No, I'm there. The honorable chair just give the item back, the item justice, sire. So what else is
Yeah,
there
but
to
just I say, my
to
lord,
reason on your own?
just I say, when enough to make like when a man speak a right or a question answer, enough to make like them, my lord, all our we have feelings, you know, all our we have understanding, you know, my lord. All our we have God in flesh, you know. We know when certain things are come out when I write in a bubble. So it now if you look a reason where they are
Honorable priest, honorable priest. That's what I just addressed, you know. I just addressed that the honorable chair just gave you back a balance by dealing with it. He spoke on behalf to the virgin, he spoke on behalf of the balance. What is it that we can do
Equal
now?
rights and justice, Bobo. The man say when we
Right, but we
approach
don't
each
have
other,
to
we have to
continue.
approach each other with godly love, Bobo. And godly love we are needed and godly respect and godly manner, my lord.
My Lord, give thanks for the godliness, honorable praise, and we're moving forward with our agenda, my Lord.
My lord.
Glorify my Lord, each and everyone.
Love again.
Rastafari.
Love to the house.
My
Love, 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 love.
To the
We
chair.
have any more questions? Yes,
To the chair. I just want to say
my
a
Lord.
short thing. I think we need to discipline ourselves and stop cutting across people's conversation. Let us hold the order and leave the vexation alone. Let us do the right thing. Please, divine love to one another. Order. Chairman,
My Lord.
take control. Chairman, I will be blaming you next time things like
My Lord, and no blame game, my Lord. We are all moving forward as one. It will have some little issues now and again. You know, we don't make them little kind of things, you know, deter us from our agenda and our aims and objectives. So the floor is open. Anyone have any questions? The Honorable Priest gave us asked a question and it was very good. So anyone have any other questions?
Right, okay. I just want to say a little thing, please. Before.
Brethren, did come with no I don't think them question was out of place. I don't think they came over aggressive. So I don't know why flesh it in their feelings and sensitive, brethren. It's just reasoning, brethren. And I take it for what it was. It wasn't a dictatorship or a statement. It was a question. Simple as. So one don't have to get subliminal and in them feelings. No.
So we conquer it already, please. Let me move on. We conquer it. We now go back. Give thanks. My Lord. Yes, the floor is open. We have any other questions or one would I like to ask? Or any empress?
Yes, right here. I just want to say one little thing as one of the executive members. You must remember that when one man talking, no man must cut him. This is part of the problem that we have here, right? When one man attack, I think that's why I established this reasoning. You see, when one man attack, no one cut him. Even if you disagree, you wait till that individual finish, right? Yes, and then now, everything going to come through the chair. Not like you hear your brethren attack, now you want to say something and you jump come in and start talk. That cause a quarrel over the years. So we must leave the things that cause a quarrel over the years amongst I and I as brethren, because remember, you know, we never do one another thing, right? So the thing where all the while going to cause a thing that, you know, not going up right. So my Lord and Empress, when we are talking, make you don't talk too long neither, right? Yes, one perfect love.
Well said, Honorable Priest. Give thanks, my Lord. Floor open.
My Lord. Honorable Chair.
Yes, my Lord.
Yes, well, in videos and so, I see the emperor visiting the blind, the crippled. You know, he make hospitals and things for them. In the Bible, you see who was coming to Christ. Because like he said, he didn't come for who whole. He come for who's sick. You see, who's sick in the head and sick in every way. So a man might be able to go to the tabernacle. He got one hand, he can't clap, but he could sing. And like I've tell people, we need every soldier. The prostitute on the street, the crackhead, all of them is kings and queens who gone astray. So we need to heal all these people. You see? So Anna is the healers. And you go in the scripture tell you when anyone is sick, let the elders go and pray over them. And as the one brethren mentioned, the Empress had a running issue for 12 years, if I remember. And what she do? She only thinking if I could just touch the hem of his garment. And that's what we tell her, your faith has saved you. And then here it is again, where if I remember good, it might have been the woman at the well. And he told her he was sent to the children of Israel. I can't remember exactly that was the woman, but the woman that he spoke to, he called her a dog. And I don't know if I remember the scripture, but I will look it up later on. And you know what she said? Yes, master, but even the dogs eat the crumbs from the master's table. And he said, your faith has saved you. And she wasn't supposedly of Israel. So if he do that for she and say her faith saved she, how much more anyone? My Lord and Emperor.
Well
My
spoken,
Lord, give
priest.
thanks. Yeah, give thanks. Well spoken, but we don't want to go back. We conquered the whole scenario already. And we move forward now with a new, if at that time I ask if anyone have any other questions, or would I like to ask? And again, I stress, the silliest question is the one you don't ask. So no question is silly. You question something because you'd like to know of it. You see it, my Lord and my Empress? So the floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Bless.
Royal Chair.
No, hold on. There's somebody hands up. Somebody else.
Blessed
Who is
love,
this
royal
one?
family. Blessed love, royal family. I give thanks for this reasoning. Topics like these are very humbling, or they should be, right? Because it makes us, or it should make us look at ourselves and how we deal with one another. And I had a few things that, have come to my spirit that I wanted to lift up. And the question is, if we can be honest with ourselves, are any of us worthy to be called priest or priestess? Because whether we have done things that were less than righteous in our past or even currently in our present, not one of us would be worthy to walk in this liberty really and truly, So the other thing is too, we look at physical afflictions, which causes us to be very judgmental people, but many ones are walking with spiritual and moral afflictions and infirmities that we oftentimes don't talk about. Those who have eyes to see, let them see, but many won't talk about those things because really and truly, those are the things that cause us to not really live up to the churchical mindset that we should. And when I was listening, I was like, are we really talking about, ones having a missing limb, not being worthy? I'm like, I'm still learning, right? I'm still learning. So I humbled myself, but my soul was agitated because I'm like, we're greater than that, and there are ones who walk the street. I learned a lot from homeless people and drug addicts and alcoholics and prostitutes because I grew up in the ghettos. And my mom taught me, she said, you be careful how you treat one another because you never know how when Christ is in your presence. And I humbled myself to not look at these people as ones that were smelly and clothing filthy and dirty. And, I humbled myself to sit and talk with them. And I learned the most powerful spiritual things. But they struggle so much in this world that they succumb to the oppression. And so my prayer is that we rise above and we see ourselves as worthy to be called still, even in our own affliction and our own infirmities, and that we, give an eye to the moral afflictions that we live with that will taint our priestlyhood, because those things take precedence over this physical stuff. We have to humble ourselves even in the way that we carry ourselves. If we're called to this, we're supposed to be most humble, because scripture tells us that the teachers will be held more accountable, and so I just wanted to lift that up, that we have to humble ourselves, and again, I'm still learning the principles of Bobo Shanti. And I am one who questions things. I question things because if it challenges my own spirit, then I think it's right, whether it be the scriptures or whether it be, principles that were set forth by, King Emmanuel. If my soul struggles with something, I think it's right for me to question, and not any specific thing that I'm speaking of now, but if something struggles with my spirit, because I think that is my Godhead that is speaking within me, I question it. So for me, it would be very difficult to judge someone that is, in a way that is less worthy to be at the altar because of a limb. Now, if there's some moral or spiritual, or mental afflictions or infirmities, which many walk around with demons unaware, they don't even realize that they are being controlled, right? But oftentimes they may look the part, they may have on robes, they may have the turban, but we don't question those things, But again, we focus on those physical things and we judge ones by that. But we keep a closed mouth to the ones who have the spiritual afflictions, And I just, my prayer is that we keep our eyes keen to those things that are most important. And then I had 2 scriptures that I wanted to share, Psalms 118 and 22. The stone that the builder refused would be the head cornerstone. Oftentimes it's the ones that we don't look towards will be the ones that will deliver us or help deliver us, So again, not being judgmental by certain small things, And then the other scripture was 2 Corinthians 12, 9 and 10 through 10. And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. So oftentimes those who carry afflictions, if they're right in their meditation, they're going to be most humble too. They're probably the ones, again, like the woman who had the infirmities and touched the hem of the garment. And the Most High was like, yo, what was that? That was some power in that woman because she was yearning for that connection, So we have to look at ones in that kind of mind frame that we all come really not worthy of this liberty, but yet we are still called and being used, Give thanks. I give thanks for the meditation and the topic, because this is a time where we're supposed to humble ourselves and actually put a mirror up for us to see ourselves and how we live and how we deal with ones, Give thanks.
I don't know. This is always she always is the day, beautifully said.
Blessed love, glorify and give thanks. Who is the next one? Please, Earl.
Yeah, the kind of answer, I just don't want to think this straight, right? Because I find that sometimes when you say a topic about even the church, someone maybe get it wrong to say, yeah, discriminating. That's why I tell you about Leviticus. That is the book that the priests them read and tell you about the hunchback and tell you about that. So it don't have nothing to do with discrimination on the altar. So if a hunchback man come, you're not going to stop him from going in the tabernacle. But it tell you about when you go anoint a priest now, what it will require.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
That's why I tell you, it's 2 things we are talking about. The altar, right, and the congregation. So the congregation, and no one man can come in the congregation, and no footman can come. Because we see no one man come in a wheelchair and he was clapping his thumb. You understand? But the altar is a different thing. So when you're speaking as a priest, don't mix up the thing like, you know what I mean? But the altar carry as a requirement. That's why I give you the book where I read. Leviticus 21. Blessed.
My Lord.
My Lord.
Blessed love and my Lord.
Through the chair.
Open, my Lord. My
Through
Lord.
the chair, my Lord. Yes, my Lord.
Yes,
so, as we preachers say, my Lord, it's just natural, Bobo. You have certain things we already set already. So it's not and nothing to do with no discriminator like we are looked down or we are judged. No, nothing like that, Bobo. Cause you see King Emmanuel, the black Christ who I deal with. You see anything King Emmanuel come with is right. And to my view, to me personally as a young man, anything where King Emmanuel come with and say, me not think there is no man for question where Dada come with, because King Emmanuel come as Christ and he come with the in book and Bible to give you understanding. Yeah, because when I read the book, as where the priest says certain prophecy and certain book, whether that's set for I clearance and understanding. When we are read the book, our Father it has speak about. So certain thing is just, I leave it to an order we set already, a prophecy, it can't change. You understand me? So it's not about a man with one and all can't praise God or him get shun out or blocked out. No. It's just there is certain rules and there is certain principle and certain boundary where him can't cross. As where the priest has show you, the congregation and the altar is different. So it's a set order and a set principle, and the prophecy is there to prove it. You understand me? So I just a natural, my lord. Yeah, it's nothing about no discriminate or we not no feelings for a man with is that way because the man the way. And the understanding now where I with affliction, when Dada say affliction mark the way, someone know have the same understanding. Because when the father say affliction mark the way, a man can go out there and go a stick bush and a chopstick and get a cut from him cutlass and come home and that is affliction when it start run and have issues. You understand me, my lord? So affliction come in many ways, my lord.
And my lord and empress, just to clear up that as one of the empress talk about the spiritual and the temporal part too. Just so we all are afflicted. We all are afflicted. But some of us affliction more than some. You know? And our main topic again, where we were just saying simple. You know? And we hear the answer, we hear different clearance, you know. If a 1 foot man or a 1 foot or a one-on man free to come in the congregation. Because we know the altar difference. That's all we reason, my lord. And sometimes we have to put word back answer. And that's all we're talking about. It's nothing to
Yeah, man, we're going back in time again. Going back in time.
We keep repeating ourselves, my lord. We keep repeating ourselves. We don't say that. We don't say that. Yes, Honorable Empress. Go ahead.
Yes, I was going to repeat just what you said, that was cleared up already, that all are welcome into the tabernacle. I think Priest Earl just finalized the response to that. And also Honorable Priest Germain's hand was up.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love. Give thanks. I have a question, and it entails the order of service. It's 2 questions. When is the last time an individual can take the altar as a priest can take the altar? Is it before the 24th Psalm chant go out, or the reading of the books, not the book, the sabbatical lesson? That's one question. And another question is about the hymns and all these things that we'll be singing. Is it time that we start making our own hymns and coming up, with just like how we don't come up with choruses, and we start to make I own hymns? Also, is that's something that we can do as priests? My Lord and Emperor, give thanks.
Blessed love, my lord. Give thanks to the Christians, my lord. Floor is open for the Honorable Priest. Do we have authority to make our own hymns? And the first question, what? Yeah.
What is the last time or moment that a priest can come on the altar?
Right. When a priest will come on the altar. Floor is open. Leading priest.
Seven-star general. Well, Priest Earl, give me a talk now. Give me a talk. As the man with the carry on the process after the father. Give me a talk on that.
Well, try one school, so give thanks your card still, but try one school. Yeah. So all the other set, right? You have to talk about your footprint now, you know. You not talk about the footprint after your footprint. So just set a vestry. Right? So anything where I'm gonna go talk about the other time now, that's something where man pray. So if I'm not obedient to Jano, we that did it from the time of the vestry, from the priest of a reason in the vestry. Yes, so as I kind of said, that vestry thing, so the proper order is to be there from the priest entering the vestry. That means everything could have properly reasoned there, right? Yes. So any other time now, like any other time that has something now we created with us move with all of that. But that is not the order. The order is from the vestry to the altar. Just like when you're coming off of the altar, the first priest come off until the seventh priest. So we go on and also on the altar. So we need to perfect it up just like how King Emmanuel do it. One perfect love.
I think the other question was about the
Pretty
hymns.
my lord. I don't think you answered the question that I asked. The
No,
question
not
was, when was the last time a priest, even if they don't have 7 priests, because I've seen where services go up and they have probably 4 or 5 priests, and then a priest might come and join. I'm saying, when is the last time a individual, a priest can enter the altar, permitted to enter the altar?
through the chair. Through the
Yes,
chair.
my lord.
I am going to talk from my little understanding from, back in the 70s to this moment. And even how I did it in Miami over the years of running the church there. You start service. When you start service, you wait as long as you can wait to get the order intact. Because I deal with real time now. Like Priest Earl is talking about in perfect time when we have the whole structure together and have the numbers of people and all of that. Then you'll have everything run smoothly and things. But that time only passes in moments in our church. So most of the time we have to make do with what we got. So a lot of time you start off service, you start off with 4 priests, 5 priests. Seeing for I in Miami, that happened a lot. Seeing where we would start with 4 priests. And some priests, whatever reason, but they reach when they reach, as long as they reach before the sealing of the psalm. Because if they don't come and 4 priests read their psalm and the priest close the book, for him close the book, it's sealed. That means that that's the number of priests that's going to carry the service for the duration. That was how it was. I cannot speak to how it, because things evolve, change, just like how the hymns change. Had in Adonia, I took out the Adonia. Things change over time. And next man have to speak about his time and his tenure, what he experienced. But that was how I learned it and how we did it. My Lord.
To the chair.
To the chair,
The
to the
priest,
chair. Blessed. Blessed, my lord.
Go ahead, priest. So go ahead.
Yes, my lord. What the priest had just said, it's just a natural, my lord. That I as young man, in my time, I saw me know it. And the priest say, in a theme time, I saw him know it. Yeah, from the priest, later and the psalm, them seal up and thing. That's the amount of man who carry the order, my lord. So I just natural, Bobo. I saw a man learn it, Bobo. Same way as the priest just said, my lord. Yeah, and the hymns now, as young man, me never really seen a man who a man that say that man they make that hymn there. Because we go at the camp, go see hymn book and Bible where I use from Jah time. You know you have 1 and 2 man who build a chorus and build 2 choruses, because in my time as young man, pre-switchy building a 1 and 2 chorus and 1 and 2 time run it on the altar and thing, and yeah, but true, the father did give the man them the order with the hymn book. The man never really, we don't know if no man is going at themselves. He said them are going to build them own hymn car. You don't know anything the general say. We don't question it. Car hymn book and Bible the father use. Some man just work with the hymn book. You understand me, my lord? So In my understanding, me never hear or sing or hear no the man them sing no him when a personal man build away from the hymn book and Bible, secret song and soul and the ancient and modern and the hymn book them we use. But chorus now, me personally know one man who build a chorus and thing, my Lord. Blessed.
Yes, my Lord, and just to strengthen that through the chair, if I may, my Lord and Empress, 'cause I've been on a couple platform where I hear these question asks and one saying change this and change that. So my clearance and clarity and understanding, as the Father said, when time the ship them come and we're going up, you know, in the Euphrates River, we're going to tie the Bible and throw it off. So until that, you know, being still in the diaspora, still in the West, carrying through the order, we just go with the Father order like that. When you come in Zion now, most naturally just say we're going to write our own history as you see what's going on now with Africa and everything. So that is one of my clearance and clarity and understanding, my Lord and Empress.
Yeah, my Lord.
Blessed love, my Lord, and majesty. Blessed love. Yeah,
Empress Maisie, please.
Yeah, my Lord, you know, hear me? That's all. Blessed
Yes,
love.
my Lord. Yes, Chair.
Yeah, yeah. God give we a clearance to build him. I mean to say if a man want to build him and bring it to the test. And from it clear, it can go to because we are designing test. So we build chorus, we just ain't reach to the point where we building him yet. But beyond that clearance, you know, also what I did see with the lineup of the priest. And whereas on our priest say we are supposed to be there early. But in pre-adventure, my man come early. And I in Philadelphia used to say after Psalm 24, after the Psalm 24 chant, the altar sealer. They couldn't come in afterwards. But here, next question. When we see going here in Trinidad. All right, let me say we have 5 priests on the goal. Should 7 Psalms read or should just 5 Psalms read? So that's the next thing we man does get a struggle with. I mean, no, it's to say if you have 5 priests, 5 Psalms read. But then I'm going to say, nice not the food of 7. So then what I say, even if it's 3 man there, then what I want to read the 7 Psalms. Say the man reading more than 1 Psalm. So what do I then think of that, my lad?
Through the chair. Through the chair.
Yes, my lad. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, in Miami, I have to talk of them, you know, you have to talk of the church where you are assigned to. If we're going to talk about in the day upon the hill, we can reference those moments. But in Miami, how we did it, my lord, and how I learned it, you know, is 7 Psalms is the order. Sometimes because of time constraints, you go with the flow to meet a certain time schedule. Saying because as a captain, you have that privilege in how to run your service as long as you put through the order. But you can modify things according to your circumstance. You go up late and you're trying to catch a time before, you know, the 24th Psalm supposed to chant before a certain hour and so forth and so on. Now, differently, we have had situations like that where we have 4 priests and we still read the 7 Psalms. You understand? Where the leading priest, he doesn't read. He makes the other 3 priests read 2 Psalms apiece. Saying so we put through the order of 7. Saying wherever possible, that should be the key because it's an order. Saying circumstances, yes, and we a God in man have to do what it takes. But the order is the order, and wherever possible to put through the 7 Psalms, you should put it through, just like how wherever possible to sing the whole 6 hymns, 5 hymns, you want to put it through and not just 3 hymns because of time. See? Yes, my Lord. Bless you.
Through the chair.
Blessed love, my
Show the chair.
Mama, me do want, Honorable Priest, the Empress, you want to say something? I think they could have give her a little freedom. Yeah.
All right.
Mama, me,
Go through, Empress.
Mama,
Go
me do
through.
want to say something.
Go through, Mama.
I would just want to support you, Priest Sabana, in what you said when you speak about the other. Yeah, and the next question that Priest they asked, there was a controversy one time in Trinidad, right? Because I know within myself that the order is to go through with the order is on the Sabbath is 7 priests. Now, if 5 priests on the altar, right? And then just read 5 Psalms. That means the order food of 7 don't go through. So we always said 5 priests and the leading priest and the second priest will finish up the food of 7. That means that we get the full order. But as you know, man, true, it was coming from a woman. They didn't want to take the word, And so it was a controversy at the time. I do not know if that's still going on. But if you just read 5 Psalms, which is supposed to 7 priests on the altar, and that 7 Psalms doesn't seal up, that means that the order of my church don't go through. It's just 5 Psalms read because it was 5 priests. That's my word on that. I do not know what the priests them say. I'm listening.
Blessed love and praise. Give thanks for your word.
Through the chair.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, that is just naturally, man. Yeah, to all and I see the thing and learn the thing, it's just natural, my lord, because the man said the food at 7, King Emmanuel is 7. You understand me? So, yeah, my lord. When the leading priest now have that power now, because just like the Psalms reading, if a chair we go at the Psalms reading and a 7 Psalms to read it, the leading priest I go give it 2 Psalms and him read 3 Psalms. So the leading priest have that power they know because the 7 Psalms, without no question, the 7 Psalms have to go through because that's the order of the day. 7 in the morning, 7 in the afternoon, and 7 in the evening. So just like how the Psalms reading go through that way, that's what the Father said. It's just a natural empress. And so I see it as priest, because so it's supposed to go. But the power they know, when the other go through, it come from the leading priest for this side. Yeah, because if a 2 man didn't know, the leading priest now decide how the 7 Psalms are going to read. If a 3 man did it, the leading priest decide how it are going to go. So the whole thing is just a natural thing. But the powers now come from the leading priest, because what him read, him carry the service. So now, if a 5 man did it, if a 6 man did it, leading priest work it out, and the 7 Psalms have to read. That's not a natural reality, to my understanding. Blessed love.
Blessed love, my lord. Give thanks. And please, Adigana.
Yes, Majesty. Yeah, I mean, I was steer from the point, but we address Jeremy and them when he say about singing our own hymns, and yes, priest, honorable brethren, priest Kevin, bless up Jalion Cliff down in our crown. Yeah,
my lord, crowned.
So we may say, as it relates to the crowned and the Amarina Kwankwa, see? Our hymn book is the songs of Yared, whether them use it in a Tawedo or that. So you see, if we can take them Sankey song and them redemption and them ancient and modern, we need, that's what our father King Emmanuel said, we must learn our Amharic. See? The Ethiopian book is the songs of Yared. So we're talking levels here. Priest Kevin can speak the Kwankwa, the Amarina Kwankwa. When you hear me say Amarina Kwankwa, me I say Amharic language. Right? So, right? So when we have said that, Zamara, or Zima, Yared. Yazima Yared, songs of Yared. That's the input we have to aim for. That is another level though, but you have to learn the Kwankwa. So when we are talking about writing our inbook, even if we are going to use our next inbook, we done years of sacred song, years of ancient and modern, until we even make we own our inbook, but all we did was abstract the same hymns from the same sacred songs and solo, and just put them in a paperback for yourself and just change Jesus to Negos. And it was the same thing. So we didn't really create anything new. But if we really want to get, if we want to use another, we have to learn Amarina Kwan because it relates to Ethiopia more than anything. And that are the true land of the priests, right? Yeah. We learn with Kwankwa, we learn to read the hymn book. So yes, it is good. That is something we've never penetrated really. If we say, right, we own hymns or create we own hymns. All right, give you an example. Miscellaneous. Priest Knuckles, bless him wherever him is. I was listening to a cassette years ago, and it was, how many times must Christ call you? One singer, I think of Bob Dylan or one of them white singers say, the answer is blowing in the wind. But the Christian version said the answer must come from within. How many times must Christ call you? I think Priest Nappy will know of that hymn, but when Priest Knuckles brought it up on the altar, he brought it up under miscellaneous because it was not in none of the hymn books. And he brought it up as miscellaneous and it was sung. You understand? So sometimes we can work with hymns, what are miscellaneous, what are not in the hymn books, but they can be sung. You understand, my Lord? And that wasn't talking. And I remember distinctly hearing Priest Knuckles say, this is a miscellaneous hymn. You understand? So we, just like, you know, it's just upliftment, my Lord. So I just levels to the thing. Bless you.
My lord, pertaining to the chair, pertaining to what Priest Adigan said. Yeah, Priest Adigan. Yeah, you see
Not too long, priest. I want to say something. Not too long.
My lord, go to whatever. The elder first. My lord.
Yes, royal chair and royal family. You see this Sabbath now, right? That's why I start from the vestry, you know. I love to keep the thing perfect because when I teach a thing, I better teach it now. That's why you find say, even when the man them tried go in Ethiopia on that mission, right? They go to school, college, right, to learn the language proper. You know, learn it the true way. Yet a man could have stayed on the road and learn it too, right? But when you go to the school now, you learn it that, you know, palace way or the emperor that speak. You know what I mean? Not that broken way. So when I speak now and I start about the vestry, that is the original way. And why the vestry? Because any other way where we are going to put in it, that are true circumstances. But why the vestry and you have to have the 7 man? Because sometimes you're going to use some young man in the middle, a man where making mistake. So you have to have a grandmaster down at the 7. You know what I mean? Yes, that are the perfect way now. So when that man come late, him never know where the other man him did say, but yet him end up now at 7. You see, him can't correct nothing now because him come late. You see it? So this is only the other part of the thing where the leading priest now have to do the thing accordingly. You know what I mean? But we want to hold it that perfect way now, just like how the Father set it and carry it to the vestry. You know what I mean? Yes, my Lord. Yes, thanks.
Please, Kevin.
Blessed, my lord.
Floor is open, my lord.
To the chair, my lord. To the chair. Yeah. 2 things me have to touch.
Please,
Priest Irving.
please ask what about the man. Please ask what about the man, sir. What?
To the chair. 2 point me have to touch. Priest Pearl Pint and Priest Adigan Pint. Priest Adigan Pint was the first pint. Yeah. My lord, you see, why you see, man never real, in a them time, to my understanding, why you see, the elder them now, never really try fever for, man could have come up with hymns and thing, you know, but through the Father now as the general, they amongst the man them now, and give the man them the hymn book and Bible now, the hymn book itself, where the hymn them in, because, as I say, the hymns and chorus them, is a setting. So now that as the general now. We not see it fit a man figure build other hymns when Dada never are Dada not authorized that are it not supposed to go so because if the general say this hymn book we use, no man not supposed to question that. We just sing the hymns them and practice them. That is why you see we have practice or we practice it in them to become perfect. So when we in the tabernacle, a Sabbath service I go through a solemn sound here, sweet voice. Yeah, so it will not me not see it, would I say it not fit. Or it will not necessary for man I go build hymns where that already give them because when the service come down, a man sent to the general, before the service come down, the leading priest sent to the general, and our father we say, all right, my lord, and Jah, if a elder priest always I tell me say Jah always speaking a parable. Jah always I say, my lord, Jah not tell the man the number of the hymn, and the priest have a sharp and ready, So when the priest come for the hymn now, and he asks the father for the and they ask the father for the hymn now, that I would have say, oh my Lord, revive thy work, oh Lord, my Lord, why here today we bow. So a man know say, that hymn them to sing, because you have to sharp, So that are the understanding, because when we go to camp, my Lord, as you, the hymn book
Through the
where...
chair, I'd like to correct my brethren.
True priest, got you.
Blessed love, my Lord.
Yes,
as a scribe at the foot of Melchizedek.
True, clearance.
Would put it, as what they would have said, would be forward to say that it is because of
Why
our
you're not
lack
speaking
to
mute the mic,
develop our
please? Why you're not
intellectual
speaking mute the mic,
capacity.
please?
My Lord? Blessed.
Go ahead, Priest Brown.
I would say it is because of the failure of us to develop our intellectual capacity. Because the question came about who was right most of his hymns. And Dada gave us the potential. I told that we are writers, we could go ahead. But the furthest we came was making a few choruses because of, as I say, the failure for us to function and to develop our intellectual abilities. We spend too much time on just menial things. We not advance in our spirituality, my Lord and Empress.
Through the chair.
My Lord, through the chair, never finish. Yeah. So my Lord, we now go question the because the elder was a man who was there at the father feet. So we now go question that. Clearance, my Lord. Pertaining to a priest also now. Yeah, my Lord. Yeah, with the vesture in the tabernacle now. Yeah. You see, that are the order the priest I talk about. The 7 man from early in the morning supposed to gather this in the tabernacle and reason over before them touch the altar. Yeah, when you see that at the solemnness, that at the perfectness as what the priest has said, my Lord. Because the tabernacle, it carry powers. And when that 7 man there go in a deso, go sit in, my Lord, because I as young man, we did a while them thing they go through come break fast in the tabernacle. So a man can understand what I say. Yeah, because me as young man, I break fast in the tabernacle. Yeah, because you have fasting service and tabernacle fasting service. Yeah, so I that the perfection that my Lord and Empress, where priest earth just
put in a word.
My Lord.
I love to put in a word, my Lord. Give thanks, my Lord. Honorable Priest Oswald, your hand is up.
Wait, priest.
Hold on. Go ahead, get Empress.
Seeing that Priest Oswald have spoken several times, Priest Daniel is also asking for the chair, and he has not spoken yet.
Daniel, go ahead.
Oh, blessed love. Give thanks for the gathering strong. I give thanks for this day of reasoning. Very interesting, Yeah, and yeah. As of the ones I must say, it's just a natural, I really need to really debate on the topic too long, because everything is simple and straightforward if we go from the basic. Yeah, the topic on the priest them reading the 7 psalms and singing the 7 it is that topic that we're supposed to get over for the longest while. And as Priest Kevin mentioned about even the roll call, when you go back right back to the roll call, that are the basis, the 7 Psalms of a read, no matter if a one man did it. See? So it's natural that, straightforward. We don't need no confusion about that. And, the vestry, important as well, because ones and one, need to know, how things are going to line up for that session same year. So that is important. And that is when we come together in oneness and we have the souls them, ready, and organized, centralized, more ones ready for the mission, Yeah, that will come to that fulfillment. So give thanks again, man. Give thanks for the gathering and give thanks for the day of reasoning. Yeah, man. Kind of tuning a little latish, but important topic going through, My
So,
Lord and Empress.
Honorable Priest Daniel, my Lord, Priest Daniel, Priest Earl, and
Blessed love.
all leading priests. Let me ask a question, because I guess the empresses do things a little different than the male energy. The female energy does it a lot different. Why do ones wait until Sabbath morning to put the order together when you had the entire week? Question.
What order? What do you mean?
Good question, Mama.
Right. You said so ones are saying that, you wait Sabbath morning and you go into the vestry and you put the order together so that ones can go. Everybody know that every priest knows their place, what they're supposed to read and what they're supposed to sing, etc., etc. So my question was, why wait until Sabbath morning when it could probably have been done a day or two before?
Sabbath morning is reinforcement, man.
I'm only asking that question.
Just to
I'm
answer
only
your mama.
asking that question because the female energy does think different than the male energy. And then the female energy put it together from the week, during the week, and we have it ready for Sabbath morning.
Can give my
Take
two
us away,
cents.
Priest Daniel.
Just
Priest Daniel. Priest Daniel just a comment. Priest Daniel
All
touch
right.
it now. Priest Daniel, take it.
Yeah. All right. Basically, it's not like you're waiting on the Sabbath morning to really organize certain thing, because by right ones and ones will look at the book already, right, and ones and ones know who really are gonna minister for the morning. But once you come early, you just like how when you select the hymn, when the priest select the hymn, before the hymn start to sing, we pass down the hymn, make everybody notify the hymn we're gonna sing. So it's the same thing. Once you go early, you just lay out certain things where you go, how we're gonna do it, the lineup and the hymn that we're gonna sing on certain things. So it's not like do a big preparation for the Sabbath. It's just a little layout, because you come early, so because in everything you do, once you reach early, you get enough time where you can relax and go through more smooth. Simple.
My
Blessed.
Lord. Empress Peter.
The chair.
My Empress.
I reiterate what
Sorry, God.
I'm speaking. Please, let me finish that now.
It's all right. It's all right.
Empress Peter. Usually by Friday morning, all man who ministering on Sabbath day already know it because the list done met.
Also.
By Friday,
Evening.
Sabbath done.
But based on what right, but based on what Honorable Priest Earl said, the 7 priests may come in a little late and may not be able to correct something that was said before. That means that it wasn't clearly laid out to that specific one or in time for that specific one to know what is happening and how it's happening. Because if you have a plan as to how things are going to run, it should not really deter much from what is said. Just a question that I'm asking the priest. Just a question, my lord.
Empress, from my experience, right, that shouldn't happen, because like Priest Daniel said, there's a book. See? Oh, I would know I was ministering. I go to the gatehouse and I check the minister roll. That's what I refer to it as. And in that minister roll, it shows you who the guards, who's going to be the 4 guards, or you who the musicians are going to be. It shows you who the 7 priests are going to be by name. And if you don't, you will see your name and you get yourself ready. Right? So therefore, everything is in the book as what priest done. So it's laid out from the night before, from Friday night. If you're negligent, right, even if you don't know, if you're a priest in the order, you should make it your duty to left out of your place and walk your foot them, even if you're not going over to the night service Friday, walk your foot to the gatehouse and check the priest ministering roll book, register, check it, and you will know if you're ministering or not. It's got standby on there as well as who is directly ministering. It's in the book. So there should be no thing. So so if you're part of the 7 that's ministry, you're supposed to set yourself to be at the vestry. So no mistake not supposed to make if you go check the book. Simple.
To the chair.
I'm talking
Right.
from experience. I'm talking from experience. If you check the minister in roll book, that mistake not supposed to make. Because your name will be down and you the position on the altar where you're going to be minister.
To the chair.
Yes, Empress Daisy, go ahead.
I just want to support because on Friday evening, if say priest will go to the gatehouse, look at the names in the book who are ministering tomorrow, and with the love of the brothers, them, you hear words coming up. Priest Lear, you on the goal tomorrow. Priest Daniel, you on the goal tomorrow. And also ones and ones would call the other ones them who don't get the opportunity to go down by the gatehouse to inform them that tomorrow morning they'll be on the goal in the morning. You understand? And who is on the goal in the evening. We used to work like that. It was one is going through. And the next thing I want to clear up, which that I clear up. We don't make hymns. Hymns are in the hymn book. But if you see any hymns that the words are truth, if the words are truth, it register in our heart is the natural word. We look at the hymn like how beautiful Zion must be. We never used to sing that hymn, and the next hymn where Sister Phyllis bring up. But Sister Phyllis
Shall I? Someone will enter the pearly gate.
Yes, we didn't used to sing that hymn, but Sister Phyllis know the hymns. Goes to the Father, read the hymn for him, sing the hymn for him. 'Cause I was there, I was singing with her. And the Father sent the hymns them to the tabernacle. You understand? But it's not like we get up and write hymns. I write 2 chorus. I make 2 chorus. I make Miriam play the timbrel. And you better get right with God. And that I send them to the tabernacle. So once we come up with good words and hymns out of the hymn book, because there are many, many hymns in the hymn book which we don't pay attention to, right? We pay attention to those that we know, but there are nice hymns into the hymn book, all of the hymn books then that belongs to us that we can sing. So once we identify and take it to that, I don't know about now, that I send it to the tabernacle. You understand? So that is what I wanted to strengthen that, the brothers them with still as an empress who did it, yeah? Blessing.
But I think, Honorable Empress, my Lord, I think what Priest Germain was asking is it possible, or what is the reason why Bobo Shanti do not write their own hymns and choruses? While we understand what we understand, still a lot of these choruses or hymns, I should say, was written, from we know where. So why would we not want to do our own indigenous African-centered Black hymns or choruses? I think that's what he was asking. Priest Germain, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
No, Empress, you're perfectly right on the ball. Give thanks.
Yes, I'll share. Yes, when it reads from the altar now, it is kind of little different from our writing at the gatehouse. Because remember, our writing at the gatehouse is when it reads from the altar, the thing I go on now, right? Each individual I go talk with the God in him, right? Yes, so what is right in the gatehouse and all of that other and musician, you know what I mean? But when it reads from the altar, the first hymn, second hymn, Psalms and we are going to do it now at that time, that matter what we are doing up there for everyone on one page. That's why, you know what I mean? Yes, you can look and you can come and say, yeah, your name written down. You see it? Yes. So, when you go minister now, yeah, so I just know you place each individual now with the 7 man now as a more, experienced man now where would have back up anything that never been said proper. So that are the different part when you treat on the altar. And you can plan that from in the week. You see, because remember you have a Monday service, help with the Sabbath service, then you have a Wednesday service, right? So some of the time, you have a meditation to say, may I go make that man lead the service. But by Friday, come if you know why the mind change because I got under the man way good at deserve it up here. So all of that now I got with it writing at the Friday there, so for writing the list. You know what I mean? Because you can't write the list on Thursday. You can have a meditation on Thursday, but all of that meditation will even change when you write all the list now because new people in front of you are one who need a service and never get a service long time. One perfect love.
To the chair.
Mhm.
To the chair.
One question.
Yes, Manala. In regards to what the priest asked about the writing of hymns, I'm not gonna say much because priest Elvis Brown said it very eloquently and right on the point. It is our inability that causes us not to do those things. We my Lord, we thinking purely religious and not spiritual when we limit ourselves to just what tools is there. Our Father never limit us. If one's understood that. Our Father never limit. He bestowed us with the power to be self-defining. That's why He said, God in flesh. You understand? He said, man of right is God in flesh. He endeared us with that power to express that godliness and that creative ingenuity that essence provides us. So it is us, it's I and I inability and not don't have the zeal. But if I want to have the zeal to write, Afrocentric hymns, because we are going to write it from our internal expression. So it's going to resonate with other people of I and I persuasion because we are all of one culture. So how we express our hymns that we write is going to be more along that order. See, it's because we have never experienced that yet. Why we are hesitant and we doubting ourselves and we, create boxes to lock ourselves in. But brethren in other Rasta liberty have done that. I myself have, Rasta I wrote the centenary song to honor the centenary of the emperor. It's a hymn that him write that is sung at Bingi. Now, as a standard, great penmanship, great penmanship. What if someone amongst us was to write something honoring Dada, being that something has never been written specifically towards King Emmanuel, Charles Edwards, what are we gonna say? We're not going to love that up and embrace it. And it's talking about our Father and it's written by us. Yeah, yeah, man. We must exercise with godliness, with God self, Rasta. Why are we saying that we are God if we have no ability to express that God energy? Blessed.
To the
To the
chair.
chair, my Lord. Oh,
Yes, I love. Yes, preacher, man. I hope you question. If you have the vibe, feel him. Come and sing it and come.
yes, my Lord. To even add to that, my Lord, we have an individual amongst us, and I know they have even more. You know what I mean? Like the Honorable Priest Manfrey, you know, but the Honorable Prophet Corey Harris, you know, he's more than qualified. You understand? I think this is a man who done study music and reached to certain levels. I think he even studying something else right now within the music industry. So he's the one, you know, I know for sure, you know, with proper penmanship, him can put certain hymns and things together, you know. In terms of the art, the altar same way too, I want to give a story about when I went to Jamaica. Priest Shimon, had decided, I don't know if he was on paper to carry the service for the resurrection. It was the double Sabbath, you know, and I think he had take the Friday. Yeah, it was a Friday. And he wake up early enough and he went down there and, you know, I as priest saying, went forward with him. You know, it was me, myself, and two other priests that was visiting, you know, from St. Kitts. You know, and I took the altar, you know, with his permission because, you know, we there and he's our, you know, host and stuff like that. So when we take the altar and we go on the altar and, you know, we doing what we have to do, you know, I could have feel within myself, you know, that I was monitored, heavily monitored and watched. Because as a new face now, nobody knowing who I was, where I coming from, even my title, nothing. You know what I mean? They wake up to see me on the altar. You know, I don't know if, like I say, it was already, you know, on paper, which priest and which priest was supposed to take the altar. But I remember that Good Friday, you know, distinctly, and everything they went through smooth. I understand even the elder priest Bobby, you know, he had end up come up to I quarters and glorify our I minister. You understand? So sometimes certain things ain't planned, you know. And for instance, I'm on here in St. Kitts as a leading apostle. We don't really have the numbers like a Jamaica or Trinidad or even a close Antigua. You understand? And that's why I ask those type of questions same way too. You check? Because you don't have the number to facilitate the 7 priests on the altar and 4 guards and musician, and then you still want, nah, you don't have the man power to do that. You understand? But I know, you know, as a leading apostle, that the 7 Psalms are important, you know, and Friday evening service is a thing I see being neglected also in certain places. I don't know if it happening in Trinidad and in Yard, but the Friday evening service, it's kind of shaky right now. We just more focus on Sabbath morning and, you know, the afternoon, you know. So that's something because the 21 Psalms is not being fulfilled if the Friday evening service don't go up, you know. So, yeah, give thanks, my Lord, and him. Blessed love. And the questions was fully answered. Give thanks.
Blessed love, my Lord. And life is a thing. You don't have the manpower which by it so you can't carry up service. But it have manpower down here and service still now go up. It have manpower in Antigua and service still now go up. So it's the heart, my Lord. Bless the people. Bless the confused that you have with you, my Lord, and do what you can do. Rastafari.
Give
Yeah,
thanks,
no.
priest. Give thanks, my Lord.
So it's open, my Lord, and Empress. Peace as God, hand is still up. Peace as God. Go ahead. My Lord, and meet your mic and start.
Look like
My
him
Lord,
mature.
if I'm not, what's the mic or something?
Like him make a move.
Yeah, family.
Yes,
All right.
Through
The
the
Empress
chair,
on
my
the floor.
Yes, please.
through the chair.
And I'm here. Yes, my Lord. Coming next. The Empress go before you. She called it before you.
Okay.
And I'm here.
I don't know if ones are seeing or recognizing some of the minor differences between when the elders speak and when the young elder priests speak and when the younger priests speak. When the elder priests are speaking, they're speaking of an experience of what was, and the younger priests are speaking from an experience of what can be. So a lot of the times when you're explaining yourselves and you're saying the way that it was, ones may be looking at, well, okay, it was that, it is that, but what can happen futuristically if we put our mindset there or toward that particular move? Ones are speaking of things that are happening on the foundation itself, versus ones are probably waiting to hear what can be happening in their particular spaces that is not happening the way that it did happen on the foundation. They're not seeing that cohesiveness there, if you understand what I'm saying.
Blessed love. Yes, Empress. I understand. I think I understand what you have to say. That's why it breaks down my show. It's a heart for a kingdom. Where two and three gathered in my name, I am there. You know? Sometimes quality better than quantity. So wherever it is, let your light shine. What you learn, express it and practice it, my lord. And Jah will bring it too. You know? So what I see.
To the chair. To the chair.
My lord. Yes, sir.
There was some.
So, pardon me, I was delivering food to two mothers. I just returned, so sorry, I left my phone connected. And they were so happy to get that item. Yeah, but what I wanted to say now, we were talking about the seven candlesticks, so we should realize it was in the seven candlesticks interpret the seven angels of the seven churches, and the churches are in Asia Minor, you know, and seven shining lamps represent the light of Christ that flows through I and I. So I and I become the Christ, same way. So a man was talking about Prince Emmanuel and after situation, what Priest Adigan was saying, it's the same Christ. You know, it's the same manifestation, reincarnation, for anything we want to do. And the unity of the order, seven candlesticks of the Old Testament version and in Revelation represent the Church of God and the light of the world. To say simply, seven means what? Completion. So the seven candlesticks mean completion. We must know. We say seven, we don't know. Some of us don't even know seven. That means completion. Only today I realized that from my study. So you must be particular in writing hymns and choruses and everything. And it must be approved to the executive board and before it becomes public. We have a lot of ideas, a lot of things we're doing, and I think we are keeping ourselves back a lot because some things we have to move on, we're still into. You have to get, as Bishop Javana say, understanding, my Lord and Empresses.
Blessed my Lord.
Yes,
So
Majesty.
seven means complete.
Yes, someone say something?
Someone speaking?
Yeah, I was going to say something. When we say about
Go on.
mystics of the Father still, like, as it relates to tithes. I don't know if I shared this before, maybe I have. But anyway, and like you said, the God self and looking in, you know, I assume then, more than presume that there was a tithes box in the gatehouse up there, but there was never one. And one day I sent a letter to King Emmanuel and I put a 5 English pound in it. And I quoted Hebrews chapter 7 for Abraham meeting Melchizedek and giving a tenth of the spoil. And he said, this is, I don't know what 10%, what this will make in Jamaican money, but put it in the tithes box. Now, this letter was getting read to Dada, right? So as the letter, Priest Courtney came to me one day while I was on the camp, and him say, "You responsible for the tithes box where in the gatehouse?" I say, "How so?" Him say, "You remember a letter where you write? You put £5 in it, and you tell the father to put it in the tithes box." The father says, from with the Spanish Town Road till in come on the hill, they never structure a tithes box. And him says, since the prophet said that, make it a reality, see to it. So when I reach on the hill now and see this tithes box, red, gold, and green in the gate up, I always thought it was something that was always there. I was clueless that it came into being due to something wise. I just said to the father, put it in the tithes box, and the father look at the priest them and say, is that what the prophet said? Because I was prophet then. He says, well, make that a reality and set up a tithes box in the gatehouse, and hence there might be different variations of the tithes box now being put in the
Priest Adigan, what did you gather from that? What did you gather from that?
What
What's the message
mystical?
you're sharing with us?
No, what I'm trying to show you, how priests Havana talked about we wasn't equipped to have the capacity to make our own hymn. So I said out of speculation, right?
Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
Came into reality. You understand what I'm saying? I was speculating. I didn't know. I honestly thought there was a tithes box there where people would give a free will donation and drop what they want in it. So I was assuming that, but it was never the case. And Dada said, make it a reality. So I even honor the Father for hear the word there, and even you see Dada take angles from everyone, and I just a young prophet, and Dada look on that, you know, and say, you know what? Priest Courtney said, the man said, bright soul, make that a reality. I never know nothing.
So, my lad, you know what me get out of that? You know what me get out of that? That I listen to God in all flesh.
Yes,
Him is not a bucky man. Like him a going like I did him. No, not go so. Him listen to God in all flesh. My lad, that's why I tell people, if him could have pen on him, go ahead. Don't hold on yourself with the talent for God gave you. We want it all. My lad and them.
Through the chair.
My lad.
As I analyze on that topic, I would just share this. It came up from earlier, but the opportunity arises again to share it. Yala Bobo from Greenwich Farm. I can't remember him name, but we used to call him Piper son, because him father the name Piper. Ancient Rastaman, fisherman
Yeah, I
from
know we are
Greenwich.
talking this. I don't know the man, but I know the son.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well.
please.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. That is that. Well, Jawian come up US, and I and him buck up on the reason, you know, and I don't know how the reason come up, but the man tell I a story that this is years ago, you know, and that story just stick with I. See, the man said one of the lessons him learned from Dada is that even the madman have him say, and as we're talking about listening, you know, even the madman have him say. Now, to exemplify that, you know, he was quoting a quote that I have heard in camp too, you know. If you go down King Street and a madman a come up and then tell you say boat come, are you going to ignore him or are you going to check it out? In those days we were very hyped on boat coming to get I and I, the 7 miles or 13 miles of Black Star Line. So that was a general topic then. So that was thrown in the mix to say if you are go down King Street and a madman a come up and him black a sound to you, are you going to ignore him because I'm mad, or are you going to check it out? Because that is what you're waiting on every day, that is what you're looking for. See, and he might just be right. Now, the bridge, you know, exemplified that statement by telling I a story. He said recently before him come to the US, he was coming off a move and going to him gates. And coming up one of them street there in downtown, him pass a derelict. And that derelict was dirty, smelly, all of that. But what really attracted him to the derelict is that he had some wires wrap around him, finger them, and it was wrapped so tight that it cut off the circulation and him see where the finger them was getting bad and him would have to lose it. So him said him continue and walk onto him house, but the whole time it gnawing at him. And he must say, well, yeah, if I am my brother's keeper and I see this, can I just ignore it? And he said, nah, at him till him turn around and him go back and him search for the brother and search for the brother till him find the brother and him start to engage the brother. The brother, remember, say he's a mentally deranged person. So the brethren is looking at him now with that crazy look and wondering because nobody else don't pay him no attention. Everybody else run him, ridicule him, treat him like him is less than whatever. So for a person now to treat him in the way that the brethren treating him, speaking to him, and moving towards him, is like it frighten him. And him pull up and the brethren is explaining now, describing to I his demeanor, his look. And him say him go over to take time and him go over to him and him talking to him and telling him, yo, I come to help you, man. No, you can't keep your fingers like that, you know. You're going to lose them, you know, and so forth. And he's talking to him and moving closer to him till him reach him. So when him reach him, terrible smell and all of that. Everything him say with all of that, him say, I could just overlook that and him say, to win the brethren's confidence, him throw him hand around the brethren and hug the brethren. And there now, him sister the brethren stop stiff up and him kind of get to him. So him start to lead him now and him start to walk with him and carry him now and him end up lead him to him house, bathe him, give him a good set of clothes and remove the wire from him finger and then carry him go a public hospital, go get him finger, him hand dress. My lord, that story has never left I, man. That is the role of a priest. That is the work. That is the greatest work that a priest could do. That is the greatest gesture of love a man ever share with I, man. Yeah, give thanks.
My Lord, I hear you talk that already. Very impressive, you know, see. Yes, if you listen to it and draw that picture in your mind's eye, yeah, man. Give thanks, my Lord. Floor is open, my Lord, and Empress.
Family, we have nothing to argue about, you know. We have nothing to rush at each other about and to reprimand each other about. We're sharing. We're sharing our expression, our understanding, our feelings. There is nothing for us to be shameful about and to be angry about with one another. We are just here to share Rasta, to help each other through the moment because we are all suffering from PTSD, whether we accept it or not. See, and we are in the healing process and we are healers ourselves. So let us just share in love, Rasta, and put aside all of the rest.
Identify PTSD for me, my Lord. Please, you could identify PTSD. PTSD. Identify
Oh,
CIRI.
sorry, I didn't hear you, man. I did kind of crack up when you said that. Yes, PTSD is post-traumatic slavery disorder. It is also called post-traumatic slavery syndrome. And the medical fraternity, you know, that deals with people's psychology and all of that, have acknowledged that we Africans, you know, and we are talking about our experts, not their experts, have identified what ails us, and it ails us all because we have never gotten any therapy for what ails us. That's why the tabernacle is so important to us. That's why singing and clapping and the process of our dada setting is a healing process. And that is why this reasoning earlier today was very moving to I and touching because, you know, to know what I get from it and to think that we would deny others that need it out of religiosity or some vain understanding is very disheartening. Yeah, man. What we have, what we feel, what we gain in healing one another is very important, family. That's why the black world out there is going crazy, black and black crimes and what we see going on in our midst. That's why it's happening. The father said, don't blame Israel. We were never like that. That was beaten into us. Our disarray and our mannerism, this way in which we attack each other as priests too, and we want to publicly ridicule one another. We don't even call one another and speak, one on one about whatever it is. We want to publicly shame one another, see, and we say that we are, so yeah, this expression of love, my lord, it's an action thing that we need to practice, as the ones that know what it is to share the whole of the love. Because we have all felt it at some point. That deep love, unconditional love that the God of love, has taught us. My Lord and Jesus.
Majesty bless my Lord.
Through the chair,
And
my lord.
after this reason, I'd like to mother say special that may have for them. Go ahead and have a praise, my Lord.
My lord, blessed. Yeah. Yeah, to the say each one teach one. Just learn something again, my lord. You the elder priest said look while. One thing him said the virgin, same learn from Jah. Every man have a saying, my lord. Yeah. Every man have a saying, but so it's an understanding that is why King Emmanuel said, my lord. One time King Emmanuel asked a question, The man say, from all things, what do we get? A man stutter upon it. A man say, understanding. So as where the brethren say, my lord, may I listen good. Every man have a sense, but sometimes a man have to listen to a man saying too. And just naturally with it and know, say, yeah, every man have a sense. Yeah, because sometimes a man speak and come down upon a man a way and approach a man way. And true, man, we know our brethren long time or true, some look a friend thing, cause enough thing we seen at the bubble thing, my lad. True, knowing a man long time and some look a friend thing, make certain thing not go through bubble. In a I and I live it as bubble chanty. This is where me see my lad. Because just say if a man wrong, no cure big him is, and no cure small him is, and no cure tall him is, and no cure short him is. Man, if you make a man know, say, that move they will just make a wrong move, my lord, and a man step it and straighten up himself and sharpen up himself to do the right. I saw it go, my lord. We are equal in the sight of the Most High because sometimes me no love the partiality and the friend thing, my lord. Because sometimes a man will see a thing where we speak and hear a thing, and know say it no approach right, and it no come up right, but through that little long time knowings there and that little long time friend thing they would have call it in a full world would have say, my lord. So sometimes just say, my lord, if a man have to vex me, tell him the reality. I just saw it have to go sometime, Bobo, because I love, Bobo. And the man say we have to love each other, as always we love ourselves, And King Emmanuel, me hear King Emmanuel say one time, my lord, you see the love is not a dust. A man say love. A man say we fit invest in other love of each other. So when a man speak, a man know say, him know how him approach him, brother, how him give back an answer, because the man said the whole of we are important to the sight of the Most High, my lord. So me no need no man to come make me feel down and him up. No. And I saw it go. The man say if me make a mistake, a man fi straighten me and burn a fire, me correct myself and move again. And this is
My
the love,
Lord.
my lord. The love, the true love, it not carry no partiality or true me know you a long time or true me know you over there. So no, my lord. True love is true love. Real people do real things. Blessed love, my lord.
My Lord. I will tell you this one. I read this in a life experience. When somebody doing something that you don't like, you're in a very good position. Like in a position to treat somebody the way you would have liked somebody treat you if you didn't make a bad move. So every
Natural.
time somebody, you see, my lad, you get an opportunity to that person you would have liked to see, you know. And I would have liked to send out this little rendition to all the empresses who are here, who are not even here this morning. Yeah, them here. Make say on the mic, my lad.
Yes, my lad.
All right. It goes like this. I used to say to my mother, but she has left me 14 years now. So I give thanks for the opportunity to say. M is for the million things she gave me. O means only that she's going home. T is for the tears she shed to save me. H is for a heart of purest gold. E is for the eyes she used to guide me. R means right, and right she'll always be. Put them all together, they spell mother. The word that means the world to me. Happy Mother's Day, my beloved sister. Martin.
Beautiful.
Give thanks, my Lord. Blessed love. Blessed
Royal
love bring me
Mother,
back to
give thanks.
childhood there, for real, really, that childhood there. To give thanks, my Lord.
Yes, Royal Mother, give thanks, you know.
That's how the house of priest do it, you know, give thanks. We glorify our mother.
Yes, my lord. So, if we
Yes,
don't have nothing
Honorable.
more to say,
Royal Chair.
please go ahead. Yes, my lord.
Well, all me have to do now, call up for unity, because this unification will take place in Africa, it can't turn back. So I as Baba Shanti, right? There is something that is taking place in Ethiopia amongst the island, where I find out say, you know, man just want to see the another man as God. And try to see the another man as God now, right? You know, I just saw everything I go work out. You know what I mean? Because even as a elder right now, me I move with the younger one and then allow them to. You see it? Yeah. You know what I mean? If they make a suggestion, me cool, me humble, I work with it. You see what I mean? I say, well, if them overstep them place, you know, say, I'll go fire go and burn. You see? Yes. But, it's universal for the Bubble House. We want to get it together better, because it's not just in Ethiopia among the man there. But there's a vibe in the house, right? Where we want to get this thing together, that we don't turn our thing right now in a attack thing. Because if we don't learn from what take place first week, right? We don't want to lose up the thing where man now just come and attack, and it never start this way. First of all, we used to put up a hand. You know what I mean? Recognize that I one could, the tech could have said that one the next and that one the next. We want to take out the confusion out of it. Anything we are causing confusion, right? We want to remove the confusion and carry it forward to it to start nice. You know what I mean? And the chair can say, my lord, 1 more minute. You know what I mean? Because some of the time we just find so we even talk a little bit too long and talking every minute, right? Yes. So we could just keep it nice and try to unite the house. Unity. The brethren them in Ethiopia, uno na everywhere we want to come. We want make us proud, man. We don't want it sound that way like we can reason. I find that there's a vibes, with no reason is taking place amongst the island, man. One perfect love.
Majesty bless my Lord and Empress. Give thanks to the honorable angels from Ethiopia who spend the moment with us today. Looking forward to many more moments, my Lord, until we meet face to face in yeah, that's all. And with a call,
Before you go,
yes, sir.
no, yeah, I don't want I just want to put one word on people. I don't want the royal ambassadors to leave with that last sound that they verbalize. There is no partiality. Sometimes you have to sit where the ancient elders I and I are in the seat that I and I is. Them say you have to walk a mile in a man's shoe for fully know what that one is enduring and going through. Sometimes just to not escalate a thing. When you see a thing going away, you try to deal with it a certain way. But I give thanks if I think the item was in the heat at the moment. The honorable chair dealt with it very professional and very unbiasedly. You understand? Giving the virgin a stern word that the virgin even felt like he want to come off. And at the same time, humbling the item to as youth to know, say, yeah, as younger virgin, yeah, there's a way where we all have to interface. See? So it's a working process, family. Let us not draw any conclusions on one another. Let us just be open, and pray for one another that we grow every moment within our consciousness. Every week we come together, we pray that we are better. Each week we are tighter, we know each other more. The more we are together, the happier we become. And that is the process that we're working with. All love and blessings, family. Give thanks.
My Lord.
Majesty bless and I will praise Isaac as we met us for a moment and we didn't hear your voice. You want to give us a little word before we close? And I will praise Isaac, my lad. I guess him kind of busy probably.
I'm blessed.
All right.
To the chair, my lad, just a short word before the man them close up. Yeah, from Ethiopia.
Yes, honorable.
Yeah, my lad, we just want the man them to know, say, we good, man. We not have vibes in Ethiopia, my lad. We not see each other and fight each other. No vibes like, yeah, me just want to get that one clear out of the here where the man them can understand. I personally, priest Lion Cliff, and every priest Kevin, priest Charles, priest Sanai, priest Gabriel, priest Shadow, priest Mal, and priest Paul, priest Paul up on the other side. Yeah, from my side with the man, them good bubble. We not no problem in Ethiopia. We not see each other and throw stone off of each other. No vibes, no.
Well, we give thanks for that word and I will pray. We give thanks for that mighty word. And I will praise Lion Cliff, my lad.
Yeah, no vibes, no there with I and I, my lord. Just a clear for our side,
All right.
Yes, my
Yes,
lord.
yeah.
Yes, my lord. You
Praise
know,
Lion Cliff, my lad.
show God.
Praise Lion Cliff. Could you bring down the reasoning today with this closing prayer, my lad?
True, my lord, no problem. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, yeah, Rastafari. Behold, oh good and oh pleasant. Royal God, give reverence, my Lord.
Lots of primacy reverence in the mighty courts of King David, four wings universally, earth, sky, and sea.
Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks to this moment of reasoning. Give thanks to I and I, brethren and sistren, who dwell together in peace and love and harmony and tranquility. Give thanks to the understanding, the inner standing amongst I and I. Give thanks to our loved one, our distinguished guests near and far who volunteer in such reasoning. Give thanks to the sheer understanding, my Lord and Empress. We give thanks to the moment at this hour. Glory be to our Father and to the Son, to the Holy One of creation, as Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, the world without end. Haile Selassie the first, Jah, Rastafari, Holy King Emmanuel the seventh, Adonai God, Jah, Rastafari, Marcus Messiah Gavi, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, and give thanks to I, Sila, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, peace and love, man.
My Lord. Majesty. Give thanks to them, praise and praise. Glorify.
Give
Royal
thanks.
Majesty, my Lord and Empress, let prayer and praises lead the way.
To my Lord.
My Lord. Yes,
Strength.
sir.
My Lord and Emperor. Yes, they maybe remember the sick and the shut in, and all the ones who need our prayers. Let them be heard and heal up our people, them mentally, physically, and spiritually. Holy Manuel, Celestial. Yeah.
Gracias, Jah, Rastafari.
My Lord. Yes, my Lord.